Good morning. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता जम्मू कश्मीर पंजाब हरियाणा हिमाचल राजस्थान दिल्ली यूपी उत्तराखंड बिहार गुजरात एमपी द्राविड़ आंध्र तेलंगाना केरला कर्नाटका वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल तावी यमुना गंगा सरस्वती कृष्णा ब्रह्मपुत्र उछल जल्दी तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा सर्वधर्म नागरिक भारत विधाता जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जयो 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 हे जय भारत वंदे मातरम सुजलम सुफलम मलया शीतलम श्याम्या श्यामलम मातरम वंदे मातरम जय भारत जय संविधान. This is Suraj Singh back for a project management discussion in series of this project management continuation. This day, another day of life. This is for March 40, 2020. And I will request those who attend this during this live talk, if you want to talk to me or question me regarding this subject or topic, you are welcome. You can call me on my live, on my video conference section. Regarding this issue or constitutional issue, you can talk to me, no problem. No other issues, means no personal issues and useless issues like people try to do. You are requested to limit to topic discussion and other constitutional issues, because I am in combination trying to give to you certain knowledge from my own. And if you are interested to question me, you are most welcome. There is no issue at all. But no other questions, please, no other disturbance. Well, it's only a request. If you are so interested, those so far no one has joined, no problem. Whenever people join, because this is a long duration talk, and I try to submit myself to you for this purpose, to disseminate whatever my knowledge and experience I acquired in my career and in my life. That one I am keen to share with community of our country in professional way, a professional community or general public. This is not very much confined to professionals only. This is confined to every citizen and every non-citizen as well, and also to those who are not members of our nation, who are members of other, because this is international talk. Project management is applicable everywhere. Everybody has a right to know this. This is not very very that type of subject means which only you have a right to. No, everybody can do. You are in profession or you are not in profession, this quality, quantity, safety, etc., this domain apply on everybody. That is only my small attempt, low degree attempt to talk to you people. You can also send mail to me if you are interested. and that mail is I have written. If it's not, you know, don't offend it. This again I am telling you. This is Suraj, Suraj, Suraj underscore engineer, ENGINEER at yahoo dot co dot uk. I repeat, SURAJ underscore ENGINEER at yahoo dot co dot uk. It's not because I am from UK, it's because I got this first time through Ireland Will, so it is UK, nothing else. Well, it doesn't make a difference from where it is. If you want to send or write some message or send a question, or you want to raise question during live talk, you are welcome. But regarding this topic, project management, quality, safety, or constitution of our country, and no other question. If you are so interested, you are welcome. And also that because it is long talk, maybe sometime I feel lazy and sometime I talk active. It happens because 3 hours or 4 hours, I'm not taking anything in between because I cannot break live video. The system is like that. I cannot pause it and go and wait. Let you wait for this. This doesn't permit. This doesn't allow my conscious. So thank you very much if you are attending or if you are interested about this. I'll continue with project management, which I explained before many times, and everybody should have, if interested, watch that one. And maybe if you have time, you could go into that. If you think that this is useful, and you think that this is not useful, no problem. You can quit it. You need not you may worry about this. But if you are in profession somewhere, or if you are not in profession, you are in general public, but you are inclined to have some home for you, some building for you, you must have certain information about that. If you go to your doctor, doctor gives you some prescription, you won't go, you know that some tablets or some other, you know, injection is written, you know something about that sometimes, or sometimes you don't know, and you depend upon, you know, chemists, that maybe chemist knows, and you buy that medicine, use that means some part of that you know, also some part of statutes you know, some part of general knowledge you have. So it is better if you have something, some information about this secret subject, secret in a sense. We keep this information off people, and people only know what they watch, what they view. They do not know what is behind scene. And this is my attempt to project to you actually what activities are conducted behind scenes of all projects, because which are seen being constructed are very limited, or results of what is done behind scenes. And behind scenes a lot activities move, like conception, dream, planning, then design, then this and that, and work tendering, and then award, and all this, a long sequence. Sometimes it takes years, and sometimes for a small it takes only few months. It depends. All types of works which are done in public domain or in private domain, it applies to every sector. And that is why I stress, because it consumes your major budget, major portion of life earnings. If you are in honor of some project, some building, some plot, something, you are going to spend around 70% of your savings life, and which is a considerable sum. Well, if you are not short of money, you are a very big person, you are rich, then I would not say something. But for those for whom value of money is too high, for them it is meant, because riches never bother. They can buy people and they can do anything, but buying of people is not important. Importance should go to knowledge area, knowledge factors, which we are talking about, and that is part of management. You may call it project management or professional management or engineering management or only management. Business management I am not talking because that is not my field, but a part of that comes into risk management also, because of, you know, expenses. Hello, good morning. Hello, are you there? Good morning. Hello, hello. You're not talking. Hello, hello. Unnecessary disturbing, talking and not talking, just calling for nothing. These people I don't like. Either talk, raise questions, or why you're wasting my time. You are not wasting my time, you are wasting others' time also. Because people are interested, you are just calling for nothing to see my face. I don't want to show my face. If you want to see my face, just come to video and see. What do you want me to do for you? Just wasting time doing like this means what is this? Are you human being or animals? Talk something, raise some question. Otherwise, why you wasting? You're just wasting my time, your time, and others' time. So, well, sorry. I was talking project management. I made an appeal before also that please raise questions. Don't come unduly without questions. It's not your time, it's public time, it's people's time. That's what a part of management as well. Why waste time? So I was talking of knowledge points, knowledge areas, which is, as before I said, quality, time, and quality, time, and you can say cost. You have cost, you are rich or not rich, your budget, that is cost. And within that budget, you have to get your building and in a defined time, because if you do not produce that in time, defined time, you will miss your rent, or you have to start paying back bank loan or whatever. Means you must get certain return from that building or house or whatever. This means this means that either you have to use that building and leave that building where you're paying rent, or you have to sell this one. Whatever way you do, you are doing business or you are going to be real occupant. I mean, whatever it is, whatever your criteria is, ultimately someone will use it. So time makes very high significance in this management. Then it is quality. What you know, what you expected, and what you are getting. What you expected means what your drawings, what your specifications expected of work, whether or not you got it or you missed that. That is a comparison, and this tells us that this work is perfect or this work is satisfactory or this work is extraordinary or this work is a standard one or this work is substandard one. When question comes in standard one, this means this is tally, means whatever you spend you got it, okay, fine, no issue. When you say it is substandard, this means quality is missing, which means performance would certainly miss. Not immediate performance, long term performance. That point we have to consider, and if it is more than satisfactory, you may say this is extraordinary or this is more than that, it is outstanding. We may say that there has been some additional effort inculcated or inducted into this project production by whosoever, and that is called additional value or value engineering. So value engineering is not a something extraordinary term. This means you are getting something of added value and added permanent value, not short term value. That makes you a difference. If you are getting super quality, you are getting super use of that, you are getting more the expectations, then all that, you can say, kind of bonus to you, either in terms of savings of money or in terms of savings of life cycle of your project, or you may say in terms of better use of building. Whatever you say, that is value addition to your project, and which is recommended, which is commendable, which is encouraged, that every professional, every contractor, every employer must consider this point when they think of, when they conceive, or when they generate a status that we have to do this project. Project management means management of complete activities of that project from its inception to its final use. That is project management, in which stages all factors are considered. I have already told you time, cost, and quality. Then these are related to various other factors. Time is related to your planning. Why do you fix that time? Because there is some requirement. There is some use. You have a building on rent, you want to leave that building, you have funds, you want to make another house, and then you want to shift to the house. So you have a fixed duration for which you have planned to pay that rent and then shift to this building. That is a limitation, or some other limitation is there. This building is not exclusive for some purpose, this is going to be commercial use in future. So that budget of commercial use demands that you should finish this project in this 1 year, 2 year, or whatever duration is contracted in. You have to finish that, because after that financial impact comes on to this project. And if you delay this project, who shall absorb that financial impact? Only employer shall absorb that, because you are a designer and someone else is contractor. You are not going to absorb that, because this is liability of that promoter or employer, and that liability should be valued. And if you cannot value that due to whatever reason, there will be lapses financially. That employer should be adversely impacted and make losses. That is where financial or where time applies. This may be a big project, very big project, where if there is a delay of a single day, it would result in losses of thousands and lakhs and crores. Example, maybe you have to start a plant or facilities. It may delay its operation, it may delay its commissioning, or it may delay delivery orders already that operator got. That's why time limit is very significant on such projects. And that is also, you can say, kind of force on to designers of that specification and contract, that a kind of equal to penalty, or you may call it liquidated damages element, is inserted in, just to keep a warning on that contractor or on that engineer that action would be taken if there is a delay. It doesn't mean that this liquidated damage shall compensate delay, but it's a warning that you shall be impacted upon. Recovery shall be made from you if there happens delay. That point must be kept in consideration in view all time. That how finances relate. Interest is lost, income is lost, time is lost, and it impacts in chain of every stakeholder. Then time and cost and quality, which is real element, though it's not defined element. Its power is defined, its contents are defined, it is defined in a technical way but not in a public understanding way. General public cannot understand this, but they have to understand this to some extent, and that is only a reason I am here to confer with you. There may be, there may not be some understanding with common sense, because everybody knows it should be quality, but rarely people know what is quality. And also then other supporting elements do attract attention. That attention remains as resources, practical, physical resources, planning, and you may say risk factors, and you can say also communication, very important factor, though this is not considered mandatory factor, but it invites, it automatically imports attention and mandate, practical mandate, because if you miss this, you miss a lot. So there are various factors I have put in details in my project management talk and file, which is already there. These videos are already there. You can go back and see what sort of videos I made in project management and in safety and in this session. All these details are available there. This is nothing secret. It's a document of about 30 to 35 pages, which gives about, you can say, comprehensive statement on quality of construction. It shall support you if you have time to go through that. A problem here is I have produced many videos on Facebook. There are about, you can say, in all 400 videos so far I've produced of varying time limits from 8 or 7 or 6 or 10 minutes to around 3 or 4 hours. Of course, I know this is not easy for everybody to go through that because nobody has time. But if you want some information, you have to you have to find that by certain investment of time, or you have no information otherwise, because this information you will not find from certain textbooks or resource books. Which information I am just verbatiming to you by statements, by talking. If I talk, say for example, 1 hour, I may cover 15 to 20 pages in written, and if you cover 3 hours, maybe around 40 to 40 pages, and it is not comfortable for everybody to read that much. I understand that, and that is an only purpose. That's only resolution on my behalf for you people, that I decided to use this public medium, this Facebook, where I can make live talks to you one way. But if you want to talk, if you want to raise questions, you can go to my section, my Facebook page, and call me. Video is there, video conference is there, or you can call on phone during my talk. If only for that purpose you call me, I'll be glad. If I know your to answer, I shall certainly answer. And if I say I am unable to answer at this time, then certainly I will answer later on, or I shall answer on my video posting comments. That's my purpose. My purpose is not to annoy those who call me, because people call me during this talk for nothing. And not only during this talk, I have seen whole day they talk me for nothing. They just sit and some means they do some acts which are not public acts, and that's not good. Your personal acts you keep at your home, you keep up to you, but you are here with me on public platform. Everybody can access this platform throughout world. So we must have certain conduct and ethics we must have, and that is required by everyone. Do not play with public. And I have seen many such videos which are not acceptable by a person who is civilized. Your personal life is for you, your family life is for you, your social life is for me. You enjoy that life, no problem to me. But do not expect others to enter into your life. This is happening indirectly. I don't prefer this. One should have certain personality, something privacy. As far as profession is concerned, it is public. I don't want to hide any point from public. Whatever I know, I try to express to you to my capacity. I know I am not expert, and I'm not very experienced, and I'm not great. I am below normal citizen, but whatever small I am, I try to share with public if public is interested, and if public is not interested, no force onto someone. I am doing my job, my preference. You are accepting this. Thank you this, and if you don't accept also, then thank you. No problem. That's only way one lives. I know everything, this is also not true. I know something, this is true. You know everything, this is also not true. You agree with me, that's also not true. It's up to you. But education dissemination is very important. It's not academics, it is practical talk. A talk that I refer to you, I submit to you based on my experience. It's not extraordinary experience, but everybody has different sorts of experience in life, professional life, social life, and other life. My professional life is not very top profile, it is an ordinary profile. Or even if it be top profile, it doesn't make any difference in public. You, as much as you can use, you can share with public and with nation or with other nations, it's better for, because I missed that opportunity when I was youth. I could not get this information from my seniors or from some others, because there were no such arrangements in those days. In those days there was nothing, no facility. People used to have no facility, just they learn with struggling in life, and I am also one of those. But are now facilities available. I have seen those phases when there was hardly a single electric bulb on home, no tube light, no TV, nothing. And now there's a time when these items are not even considered. Heavy items have come, extraordinary items have come, and people are using them. Now it is such a stage. If you don't have computer, if you don't have internet for one day even, you will get mad. Every one of you, whether you are educated one or you are not educated one, if you don't have a mobile for even 1 or 2 hours, you feel as if you miss something. If you don't have laptop or desktop for one day, it is out of order, you feel as if you have lost something, because we have become dependent on them. We are not considering as our supports or as our tools, but we have become tools to these computers and to these gadgets. Well, it doesn't make a difference if you use or they use them. Question is, they should be properly used. I was yesterday drawn to attention by European news that they have a policy by 2030. They have to convert their existing system of you know, these equipments like computer, mobile, washing machine, and other appliances. They are going to change complete manufacturing style, manufacturing process, and target what quality or what use of those appliances they want to get. And that is actually very good, which I could understand. They are going to enhance or prolong life of these units to maybe twice or thrice, and not to throw them for just a waste, but to reconvert them, recycle them, or you can say circular use, circular manufacturing, so that repair value has gone up. Requirement of repair management shall be generated in future from Europe. And I am sure, because our country is having a lot of population, we have many technicians who can repair work. So our people shall also be benefited by that policy, which is a good one if can be done. And I am sure that that policy shall spread to all corners of world one day, because nobody wants to throw away these if this can be repaired. And then repair is started, means there will be jobs, there will be little control on climate impacts, you can say eco impacts. Well, I'm going back to my talk, project management. These constraints we talked of, I was talking of. Again, I'm saying quality and safety are major points, major considerations that must be taken care of on projects, and not only on projects, on every part of life which you are either availing in your livings or which you are going to market to buy these items or articles. These may be food items, these may be other items. Wherever you must raise a question of quality when you buy something, and there will be no one on that shop or on that market area that can respond to you. I experience myself. People are only busy in dealership. People are busy in only trade. If you raise a question, they cannot answer. They will say, go to website or read this or go to that company or ask them. Whatever answer the shopkeepers would say, this will be satisfactory answer. I know that. So I can't help it. It's out of my head. But that is also a part of quality that this shopkeeper or this vendor or dealer is unable to explain to you what he's selling. This means he did not get or is not getting any feedback from that manufacturer who is manufacturing this. All sequences come in picture. Interest of the seller is just to have his commission, and interest of the manufacturer is that his product should be sold, promoted like that. That is wonderful. Means everybody is interested in their own. Ultimately, sufferer is customer, consumer, or end user. That is sufferer. And everybody is end user in some way or in other way. I just give you an example which I give many times. I bought say two mouses. Mouses means they just sell it, and I wanted HP mouse, so I want to buy. I said, no, take this mouse, Dell mouse. This is much better and cheaper than that. Okay, I asked certain questions. He did not reply. Oh, no, this is very good. You try it. Now I went to catalog of that one, data sheet of that one, and it's prescribed on that, it's claimed on that data sheet that this mouse can go up to 3 or 4 million clicks. This point, I never ever thought that they write like this. On this is written on its box that this mouse can give you so many million clicks. Now my question is, this has been written only for purpose of information or for purpose of promotion or for purpose of convincing you that it's a performance quality. Why I'm talking this mouse itself is a project for me, because whoever manufactured this mouse, he must have kept some constraints in mind that this should be performance. But question is, it can take 3 million or 4 million clicks. How on what basis this claim has been made? I am sure nobody shall collect so many million times for purpose of testing, because if you collect so many million times, that is called a test. You cannot just hammer it. It is performance of its circuit, its performance of internal structure, architecture of this body, of this mouse. So they just informed for purpose of sale or promotion, or it's only a management style to write like this just to convince people this is a very good product. Well, I'm not convinced with that, but it is written. What can I do? Nobody, I know no one will notice this. No one would notice that. By chance, I notice because you may say that I am little different, or you should do this or not do this. You say, oh, it's very expensive. It's not very expensive. Yes, it is not very expensive, but it's not very cheap also. It's not 5 or 10 rupees item. It is 300 rupees item or more, or it may be whatever rate. But that manufacturer has claimed that it can take so many clicks. Did that manufacturer try? 100% I'm sure no one tried. But it's written, because they just calculate how many times you use it in a day, how many times you collect it approximately on an average they have taken, and if it is used for so many years, so many millions, it has been calculation, computation with your result. So they just reflected that calculation onto this. They know nobody would question, and there is no guarantee. They say it is 2 years guaranteed or 3 years guaranteed, and I'm sure when you go, nobody would care, because they create so many issues. It has go to manufacturer, we have to send them, the manufacturer is like, and after that will take so many weeks or months for replacements, and by that time you'll buy another one. That's what I'm saying. How escape is made from warranties. This is a route for escape. It is route for escape. Well, it is, business. This is, a way how this management works in business. Just to take people for granted, and people are taken for granted. And we say, okay, I will go to consumer court and I will go to this court and that court. I know it doesn't practically work. I have an experience long back when consumer forms were just started in our country. I purchased a Luxor pen, one day, long back I'm talking. I purchased one and it didn't work. Then I went to that vendor, shopkeeper, says, oh, okay, you go to that manufacturer. Oh, why should I go to manufacturer? I told him, give me receipt of that. He gave me receipt of that. But for that pen, if it is not working, that vendor said this only manufacturer can handle it. I am just a shopkeeper. I cannot handle. And you say, but I paid to you money and you're responsible for that. Then what I do, I thought, I filed an application in consumer forum, though it looks a joke, but it is joke or no joke, it's question of sales. Whatever cost it is, I paid that money, I should get back that product. If I am not getting that product, it says it doesn't work, then what is meaning of that product and what is meaning of this transaction? You are not even accepting that to help me or replace that. So I find because if I go to that manufacturer, means it is much many times in cost of this product I do spend just for this purpose. Why should I spend that time and that cost because of fault of that manufacturer or because of fault of the shopkeeper who is not professionally dealing with or traditionally dealing with? So I know I would, of course, I had to go 2 3 times to that forum for filing application, then follow up and all that. When date arrived, this consumer section presiding officer was smiling actually, was laughing. He said, "Oh, it's working." He asked me, "It may be working now, but it was not working that time and bought it. It's now more than 3 months." Then well, I know this was a joke for that consumer forum, but it's not a joke for me. You may be a judge, but question is not judge or no judge. It's questionable because I paid money for that, and why should I not get use of that? That is my point. So, well, he did not take any action on that. He did not, what he said, okay, get him 2 pen. I mean consumer just ordered this vendor that get him one more pen, 2 pen, and then I signed and sealed whatever it is. A decision was made, you can say a consolation was made that okay, give him more compensation. My statement to you is it's not question of, it's question of interest. And see, I was not lost in that. It was costing 30 rupees only. Question is not 30 rupees. Question is mindset. It's mindset where criteria of quality plays, criteria of safety pays. Okay, this is 1 pen, small item. Safety is not a big concern, but quality is. If this item does not perform, what purpose for I buy it? What is my buying meaning? No meaning. Means they just extract money from you. If it doesn't work, they don't take responsibility. Misrepresentation starts from small items only. They know public would not care. Okay, you bought a pencil, it didn't work. Who is going to quote for just 2 rupees, 3 rupees, 10 rupees item? That's mindset of public, and that's mindset of manufacturer and businessmen and tradesmen. This mindset does not apply with something that is done on site, that is manufactured on site, produced on site, and that is where I work in. Construction is done on site, it is not sold in market. You cannot buy constructed item from market, you can buy manufactured item from market. And manufactured item is controlled in factory or in industry. It is not constructed on road. It's not manufactured in the street. But project management I'm talking in, that is done on locations, that is done by workers, by people, by machines, by human control, and there are so many lapses there which are natural because of human error, because of machine error, because of reading and understanding error. There are so many chances where we cannot guarantee, like Sigma 6 guarantees that there should be maximum 3.5 erroneous items produced or defective items produced out of 1 million. That ratio proportion, that is not valid here. It's hoax if we consider that. That is not considered in this profession, because first of all you have said 3.5 unaccepted or rejected items out of 1 million. Can you imagine almost 1 million? 10 lakhs. If you produce 10 lakhs items, only 3.5 items on an average can be accepted defective. That is what Sigma 6 is. And this is improvement one. It is improved value. It started with 15-20% defects and reached to this decimal defects equal to minus 0.000 so many percentages. But can you expect this in construction, where there you going to use many lakhs of steel bars, rings, and so much work on formwork? So many times you are going to use concrete and you are mixing that material. Means that criteria of counting of 3.5 items does not apply here, though that's a part, that's a good proposal. Means it says keep on performing and improving. If you are going to perform, you have to improve also, and improvement never stops. Improvement can never stop. It is a continuous process. And if you continually work and you don't reform, or you don't improve, you don't amend your work, you do not make it more and more impressive in quality, then you are not a professional manufacturer. You are not an expert organization. Same applies here, and that is why experience is valued in profession and not in literature. Why do we value experience more than academics? This is only a reason that if you are experienced one, you are having hands-on activities and profession, you know what are advantages and disadvantages, or merits and demerits on some items, what we have to do, how we have to do, what is required and what is delivered. That is what we have to understand. Means experience is not only for namesake, it's not only for measurement or estimation of number of years. This means you are working during time, you worked and you learned many technologies, added technologies, more methods, more procedures you have earned, which you could not earn during your education or academics duration. That is why experience is valued, and experience is much more valued than academics. Because during work, you not only work for 1 hour, 2 hours, you work for around 10, 12 hours or 13 hours or 14 hours. In industries, 10 hours is expected minimum. It may be 12 hours on an average. It may be 14 hours extraordinarily. On extended days, it may be 14 hours some days. This means where you go to university, you just study for 4 to 6 hours and come back. This means here there is double time consumption on your activities. That is the reason that experience, if you are really experienced, not on papers but in field, it can be it can be understood during interview or writing what way you are talking. That is the meaning of interview, that they just want to examine you, how much you have learned. It's not an examination of academics type you fail or pass. It's interaction between two persons. Means person who is recruiting you and you are there as applicant, just the recruiter wants to ensure that you are right person for what you are right person for demanded job. That is only a purpose of interview. But interview must understand what question is. Sometimes, you know, face value is also counted. When long back I was applying, I used to apply for overseas positions for Gulf or Middle East, and when I had some experience. When I did not have any experience, I faced problems in interviews during the start of my overseas career. I had worked here for 6 years somewhere in Delhi, but that experience did not help me to qualify interviews for overseas assignments because I did learn nothing actually when I was in government service. I was not, you can say, I could not call myself as a practical engineer when I worked there because I faced questions which I could not answer successfully. And then I discovered that I was not what I wanted to be. But opportunities came one by one and learning started. And then I considered, I evaluated that after a few years, I had known that much which I would not have learned even during whole career in this country. That is what I say. A difference exists. That's what different is. It's no criticism of something. It is experience I am narrating. What I earned there in terms of experience, I'm not talking of money earning. I am talking of learning. Learning during working. That is called professional development. In those days, this word did not exist. But it is that continuous professional development. And that is why I am talking to you, that you can consider this a part of continuous professional development or continuous learning of fields or profession or some information required for you, you can say applicable to you. Project management, that is result. I talked before about safety issues. Now I am talking about quality issues. I have done many talks on our system in this country, and that is regarding constitution relations and other relations and our working systems in various sectors, and also some related information about overseas. This is just a continuation of that, and I feel pleased even I disseminate this information or I share with you because of availability of this medium. Otherwise, there would be very difficult to talk to people. Means you have to talk on hard writings and hard pages and face-to-face contact, and which costs a lot time and money. If you have to go to some seminar, you have to pay for that. You have to be staying there. Whole day you stay there, talk to people, and you will not find more than 20-30 persons who are attending that, who attend that, and then you don't get that much information because it may be 1 day seminar, it may be 2 day seminar, and you have few hours only to be there, and out of that your participation may be only for 10-15 minutes. So that is very hard, in fact, very less productive gain there. But you can gain here, and you can also use this medium for purpose of interaction, and that is very nice because ultimately we have to learn. Ultimate aim is to acquire knowledge, to learn based on experience. Academics knowledge is available on internet everywhere. You can try, you expect one, there will be 10 that is available. And you can also enhance your knowledge of our system, our legal framework. If you find one, if you search one on Google, you will find 10 answers of that. Of course, you have to make sure that these are not failed answers. These should be competent answers. And that answer can increase your knowledge, can give you better input, feedback to be good, but this is not that. Because information which is available on internet is only from data, available data, not created data. Very low level information is available for what we are talking about. Yes, there is information for project management books and all knowledges which are given from books, which are projected from books, but I am not book and you are not book. Book is written by authors. I am not author of this management system. Books are written by those who are professors, who are scholars, but they what they studied or what they teach, they write that only. They don't write their experiences. And experience should be written. That is more important. And we are not inclined to that. Really, we are not inclined to that. We are missing something. I talk to many doctors, my friends, and other engineers, my friends. They are very senior, very, very senior. And I respect that. They have a lot of knowledge. But I suggested to many, why don't you use your knowledge to communicate to people through writings, either in form of books or in some other form? They don't like it. Oh, we never thought that. See, they can write, they have time, but they are not interested. They are more interested in social circle. They are interested in marriages and other. For that, they have time. For social movement, they have time. For international tours, they have time. For national tours, they have time. Whatever knowledge they got from education, from practical experience, they would not drop it to you. They would not share with you, and it will go with them forever. That is where our country is defined. We say we have too much knowledge in our culture, in our Sanskriti. But where is that knowledge? Only failure is that we do not trust in documents. We do not make our knowledge documented. We may claim something, but it is not on document. It's not on record, and that is lapse of our past history. That's a lapse. And we cannot hold someone else responsible for that lapse. We ourselves are responsible because we have not been given that type of input into our mind, inculcation into mind during our education or during our societal, our social education. And if you write something, you keep in some corner and forget it. And moreover, if you write something for public use, you go to publisher, that publisher is commercially oriented, profit oriented, that publisher shall not accept it. And that publisher is right, because publisher is a commercial person, businessman. He would do business only where that person gets return. And your writing is not going to be sold, so nobody is interested in that. And I have experience of this. I have evidence of this. In profession, knowledge, information is not available as resource. It's not available. I have personal experience. I have many writings. I have written on management of construction. I have written on some other information, some other issues. But when you talk to publisher do not consider it. They simply say publishers, see, we are commercial people. Our job is to print and sell. And if our sale is not done, it's not means your books are not sold, our purpose is defeated. We spend money on your book publication and there's no market for that. Students says market, student market says we want books which can qualify us for examination. So their requirement is very limited. This means only those books which are written by professors shall be sold on professors' recommendation. Means professors themselves recommend that buy my book. Professor would say buy my book. It's my book, you can buy it, read that book, don't write notes in class. This happens and they are successful. So publishers publish those books which are saleable. They are right. Problem lies with society and with professionals. I have not seen any professional in my life. I am now 66 or 65. I started my career when I was 20 or 21. You can say it's a gap of about 40 years. In this 40 years of engineering culture, I did not find even one or two persons who used to write about profession. Professors are there who write books for students, but for professionals, books are not available. Only textbooks are available or codes are available which don't provide you, which don't give you input about professional education or professional field. That is missing. Journals are issued by institutions, but those are not practically oriented. So there is no resource that can be used for purpose of learning more and more. Why I am explaining to you? Because this is fact of our professional life. This is fact of our national life. Not only in this country, but in other countries also. Same factors apply. Same problems speak. Problems speak there too. You go to England, you go to America, you go to some other country, you shall find only text or syllabus books, not such types of talks. And just remember, if I had to write my experience, how much time I would take? Lot many months or weeks or years to write and then publish and then all this, which is very difficult exercise, very time consuming exercise if you can do that. And that doesn't work because once books is published, books after that, people, how shall people know this book is this one, this book contains this one? Manufacturer or sorry publisher got no interest in such activity because they are money oriented, they are profit oriented vendors. All are vendors, but you are not vendor, you are writer. You are a person who thinks and writes on paper for use by others. So this is a work that requires concentration of mind, use of time, burning your sleep and producing this. This is difficult work because you have to do it many times to reach a final script. So we have to be serious about that. If somebody gives me information which is reliable one, I am very happy with that person because that person at least is doing something for humanity, something for this world. Money criteria is another part. That is not sole part, that is not exclusive part, that is inclusive part. But this material, this information, this resource is significant. This is most significant because one person written shall help you many readers. I know whole world cannot read, but those who read something of like this, they would get benefit of that. And that must move. I know you will not see this video also in full. I understand that. Because time shortage, you have to go to job, you have to come back from job, you have to be busy there. So whenever you have time, you will watch that too. Otherwise, you will keep it okay, leave it, no problem. This man is used to, maybe you think, oh, this man feels pleased or feels that he's happy or he's, famous. This person wants to be famous. Maybe you can think like that. Being famous is not bad, but question is that my objective? I have to ask myself, and you have to ask yourself, is that my objective or is that your objective? Or our objective is professional work and to help public to improve their standards of living, to move forward, to develop this country forward. That is what objective about. I have to think this way and you should also think this way. Maybe you are in profession or you are in profession. This does not make any difference. Learning is learning. I find many drawbacks in this life now. Education has gone down, level of education. It is superfluous. Thorough syllabus and thorough study is not done. And that is where we fail. People know speak, yeah, they know speech of English, they speak also. But when we speak and when we write, do you think it's same? Same structure applies? No, it doesn't apply. When I think something, I can speak, but my speech can itself differ. I speak same sentence second time, I will speak differently in some way. That is where problem lies. Because my thinking brain and my expressive tongue are not in coordination. Yet there is a memory, there is a program here. That program also changes its architecture, changes its digital tone, changes its language. So I am not managing my mental skill properly. This means is that I am not properly managing my potential. I am not managing because there is no one point in mind, another point also comes in there. And then again imagine, so your cells are sometimes down, sometimes up. But experience is also restored here. What you do in life, it doesn't mean you have to write immediately. No need. Because you, even if you write, this will not work. This shall not work at all. Because this time you're writing this, next day you are getting some other experience. So there can be no sequence of that, but you can collect like this. You work for 6 months or 3 months or 1 year, then you can assimilate, oh, I could do like this. Problems are here, solutions are here, memory is here. You have data and you can extract that onto paper in form of a script. That is also kind of project. That is different type of project, but project is project. When we work in field, same conditions apply. Same apply. We are getting information from various sources, documents, drawings, practice, and various other standards. We bring together for our work and combine them and apply that. We interpret, we understand what we have to do, and then we have to apply. And from application itself, you know what expected result was and what delivered result is. Both we know there. That is where we learn. It's a kind of machine production, it's a kind of manufacturing, it's a kind of laboratory experience. My whole site is laboratory. And I understand that I worked on this. That is where I know then what was the result of safety management here and what is the result of quality management here and what is the overall project management. When I do concrete work, when I do brick work or block work, or I do some other activity, through my usage of my human resources, through my machines, through my materials, and through many other inclusions in that, many other factors in that, I see this is a result. So my mind says this is information for me, and I collect that information. That is called knowledge. What I knew successfully from my experience is knowledge. That knowledge is very important because that is proven work knowledge, proven work result. That is not in imagination. That is on land. That is in my eyes. That is in my mind. I can see that. I can view that. I can feel that. And I can control that. And I can say that this is mobile knowledge. This knowledge can be reapplied. This can be restructured or this can be modified. My talk is not to waste your time. First of all, expressions are very important, because when you start something concentrating into your mind, it goes on telling more and more and more. And that more and more works comes, this input comes in automatically from your thinking. Oh, I was there on that project, it has happened to me. See, God has given us a mind which is very circulatory, which is very processive, and which is ambitious. Because the mind is not ambitious, you cannot do, you cannot achieve any milestone in your life. So coming back to project management, which we are all dependent on in certain form now, and that form is quality system, total quality system. And it's a mandatory also now. Previously it was not mandatory. Now if you want to have business, or you want to have trade, or whatever nature, you must have certain backup, certain support, and that support is this system, total system. Previously, quality was misunderstood. Quality was misunderstood in a way that people thought if materials pass tests and everything is tested and finished, that's all is quality. Yes, that was quality, but now it is not quality alone. If you test and do something, it's a part of control only. Only control, not total work. Controlling required now is for system, not for systems activity. If I have a system, I run system or I make system, that should be done according to international standard requirement. That you are manufacturing this product. If somebody is designing and drawing and structural engineer or architect, that drawing itself is a product. Product of intellectual, it's called intellectual property. That's what I'm saying. For that stage of design and drawing, that is also a project. If you keep away all this work on site, so then in that project there are many projects. We have to think in that way. Do you think these drawings are produced just by smiling or laughing or only giving computer command? No, that's not true. When we design something architecturally or structurally or in services, we work as if everything is happening, or whatever we imagine or we think, that is not simple thinking, that is assumption that you are working. You are working on that project somewhere in world, and you can ask these questions. Unfortunately, now people are not available to see all this. They are not very interested in this. They just want answer for everything, every question immediately for purpose of application. But this type of style, this type of self-management does not work for long durations, for long travel. If we have drawings of all disciplines, architectural discipline, structural discipline, and servicing disciplines, these are considered, supportive drawings, design drawings, and these are implemented to works by another state of working drawing, or you can say practical drawings, which are produced in every discipline to whatever extent we understand, because everybody cannot know all time what is your test result, what is quality requirement. It depends from project to project, and it keeps on varying from time to time. Whatever was expected 5 years back is not expected now, and now it's up to something else. Something else is expected. That is, we have to recount and reconsider, and you may revisit all those notes which you agreed with that time. There is project management issue. Now, ISO 9001 2015, this is a system of international management, international standard management. And also it is true that this is the organization. This is not simply a shop or vendor. They are intellectual organizations. They define what is management. They define what is quality. They define what is testing. And this is their domain that is still working. Other countries are copying them, using them, but they are not producing something. Hardly one or two, a few engineers could do that in past time when this method came, this subject came, safety subject at top level it came, and quality system at top level it came. Only then knew that there are these classes of engineers: civil, electrical, mechanical, material, quality, safety, and all critical categories of workers: foreman, supervisor, crew of this discipline, and crew of this become a concrete production crew, and you can say tea shop movement crew, and many more crews are there which come to you to offer tea. That's what I'm saying. Everything is a project. And these factors which I projected to you from my mind all count in this. Now, requirement of ISO 9000s are different. Requirements are different. There's a definition of management. There's a definition of management, of practice management, how you have to practice that system. Complete details are there. And it's not now, it has been there for decades. And there have been improvements on that. ISO 2008, I mean 9001, 2008, and before that many others. Now it is ISO 9001, 2015. It's a standard current. It's top profile current. I am not claiming if you do this, you will get everything fine. No, it is only guide work, or you can say because it is now mandatory for purpose of business or purpose of certification, though there is no guarantee that product that is delivered conforms to that standard. There's no guarantee. So what's purpose of this then? Cost analysis. Only purpose is improve, and improve. That's all. Only purpose is improve. In fact, and you can improve, but you have to follow that system if you are going to be a part of public management. Or otherwise, that's no use. Public will not accept this if you are not using that. Your product won't be sold if this certification doesn't exist. That's very significant. What is an ISO? If I just go back to see what actually this I'm talking about, that's very important one. I mean, just talking and without understanding. Yes, just few I say, just for your reference, I repeat that because moving further, but so far I created you know background of my talks. Now says, let us say this way, just in few minutes I'll flow. Now I say our organization, and I say organization adopts a system, management system, to care of comfortably achieving objectives. And there are so many procedures, sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully reach its intended objective. And this stage, which leads to enhanced use of resources, improvement on risk management, and increased customer satisfaction by meeting product or service expectations. That is, you can say, kind of objective. It says customer satisfaction is one criteria. Increased customer satisfaction and use of resources in such a way that improvement continues on risk. Risks are defeated, risks are contained, but project moves, and all this stays reach to quality product is assumed. Now, this also NXSL, it is called high level structural language format, which is a unification format document that you can apply in your organization, in your company or factory or industry on this work of technicalities, work of project, plus supportive work of safety and quality. All these 3 points can be handled by Annex SL. That is very much requirement. And there are other definitions also, which I already explained to you, but what I'm going to explain is remember, and I'm just reminding you, this structure SL, Annex SL is formatted into 10 stages, clause 1 to clause 10. There's a title of this clause and little description is there. I'm just going to remind you what clauses are there. Clause 1 is scope, clause 2 is normative references, clause 3 is terms and definitions, and clause 4 is context of organization, clause 5 is leadership, clause 6 is planning, and then clause 6 7 is support, and clause 8 is operation, clause 9 is performance of evolution, and clause 10 is improvement. Once again I repeat, at least this point must be remembered by you guys if you cannot read book, and that is what is the scope in your organization, what is the normative references or references that you are going to use from your own records, and what is terms and definitions of whatever contract we are talking about. There will be some contract or some other requirement, sale or something which depend upon this. Then there's, you can say, this is four is context of organization. What is purpose of the organization? What is meant for? It's meant for design. It's meant for labor work, or it's for total work. Whatever is there, this means context of organization. What your organization is going to do. Then number 5 is leadership. Leadership in profession, that leadership is quite different. It's not political leadership. This leadership for current work, future work, responsibility and everything. So this is also not very easy stage. Then class 6 you can say planning, and which planning is not very easy. It depends upon what knowledge you have, what experience you have, how fast can you move or how slowest can you move. And then further you go down, after planning is 7 is support, and you know what supports are, what kind of supports you get. You well know about that. If you don't want to know, I just given some talks there in this. You can go through that. No harm to anyone. And then clause 8 is operation, how shall you operate? And clause 9 is performance evaluation, and clause 10 is improvement. We have very important topics here. It's not simple. I'll move to the next one, but let me just clarify why I'm talking about this. This is standard format, the guideline equivalent is itself tell you what you have to do in this. Now, if you move further, we'll find that there are so many documentations done in this system, and this documentations collectively termed as documented information, which means this documented information either on paper or on magnetic reel or on electronic device or on photographs or on videos or some water samples are there. These must be available for backup. Then what is documented requirement is also very big question. I explained to you before also. It's not ridiculous statement, it's right statement, because system of documents have been slashed away. Documents have been taken part within added values, 56, 55 years. It's not added value. It is, you can say, sleeping value. If you want to information, if you want to get something out of that, you should not disturb it. Documented information means ISO 9001 2015 Class 4.4 Quality Management System and its process requires an organization to maintain the documented information to an extent necessary to support operations of processes and retain documented information to an extent necessary to have confidence that processes are being carried out as planned. And generally, it explains a quality management system documentation, which includes so much information, but generally two categories have been classified. And number one claims that documented information required by international standards you have to comply with is whatever international standards applicable to that subject or book sources. That one is only mandatory. First one is documented information required by this international standard. You cannot avoid this. This is mandatory and this has to go. Then other part is documented information determined by an organization in bringing processes for effectiveness of quality management system. You got my point? First requirement is mandatory requirement, which states that you have to follow, you have to comply with, you have to do it as a mandate. As a mandate in a sense, I just stand to have relax first. Sometimes sitting, sometimes standing is the sequence. Otherwise, it's difficult to sit continuously and stand continuously. I will just talking to you now. Yeah. So what says that documented information required by international standard, that is a must, that is mandatory. What international standards as I defined in Annex SL, these all 10 clauses must be complied with. If you do not comply with this process, you won't be registered by agency. I'm not saying ISO agency. Agency of ISO authorized register. There's listed there. This information must be undocumented information required by international standards. That is a must. And then documented information which you use. You got my point. Documented information that you have determined as organization that it is necessary for you for effective application or effective implementation of your own system, your own quality management system that you are operating for your activities of organization. This means it is not necessary that your organization follows what other organizations follow. It's not necessary. You may be a construction company, you are a manufacturing organization, you are a consultancy, you are a vendor, you are a property dealer, you are a real estate organizer. This means it varies from your business. It doesn't stay together at one place, varying from business to business. A training center and a factory both are different activities, both have different designs, both have different focus, both have different structures. But part one, that is mandatory, everybody has to do that. But part two, which is your problem, that you have to do that. Part 1 is mandatory that you cannot avoid, and part 2 is your own system. But fact is, your own system is voluminous. That is what they have changed. ISO 9000 has changed. That is what they changed. Means your system, which is mandatory, should be simple. It should be reviewable. But your practical system that you are doing for your business, for your activity, for your professional items, professional work, that is cumbersome, that is voluminous, but should be effective. You can write many procedures, many statements for performance of those activities, but this should be proven on record. This should be documented. There would be many interactions. Statement says that for this clause, that after make it clear that extent of quality management system documented information can differ from one organization to another one due to what? Number one, size of organization and its type of activities, processes, products and services. This is one line. Organization size, what organization is doing, what processes are involved, what products it delivers, and product or service. And how complex these processes are, and how do they interact with each other, and what level of, what competence of persons are working on them. And this can be many more. This documented information, whatever documents are related to that forms part of quality management system. And this requires to be controlled in accordance with documented information. Documented information, and that could be on whatever sort of medium, and which can be high level transversal documents. This can be what it includes. It can include the scope of quality management system, documented information necessary to support operations of process, and what is your quality policy, for example. What is your quality objective, another example. And this has to be in line to requirement and compliance to that, or conformance to that. Now, what sort of documented information you can have? What can you may have, just for personal understanding and guidance, that documented information maintained by your organization for purpose of communicating. This is a kind of communicating information necessary for organization. Communicating information necessary for organization to operate low level specific documents. These are low level specific documents, but these are not mandatory. These are not forced by ISO to be maintained, but these are virtually required by you for your work, and in that case, when you use them, when you define them on your system, you have to comply with that requirement. You have to prove, you have to establish evidentiary, you have to establish evidence that whatever definitions these documents give, that must be implemented accordingly in complete conformance. Then you can prove that you are running a system, and that system is partly mandatory requirement compliance, and partly your own proposed requirement conformance. Both must move together, and communication should be clear on procedure definition as well as on implementation. Now, example is what sort of documents can generally you have? It's not mandatory, it is in general. There may be organizations which are having two persons with them running an organization. You cannot say that then there should be an organization chart, but there are certain organizations which are having hundreds of personnel, thousands of personnel, both sides of personnel, management personnel, organizational personnel, and workforce or staffing. In that case, organizing chart is a must, just telling you who is sitting on what level, staffing level, including top management, middle management, and lower management. And then you may have definitions of technicalities, example, what sort of process you are operating in. That map should be there. Process flow charts where there are plants or some other thing, technical, chemical plants and electrical or some other processes moving there, trains are working there, machines are working there, equipments are there. And a process description means complete engineering is defined on documents in form of drawing or maps or process charts or whatever key plans you can say. Then this would work based on certain procedures, and these could be technical procedure or managerial procedures or administrative procedures. And conventions means industrial good practice. Then there could be work and test instructions, because you are working and you are also testing. So there will be work instructions, means instruction how to do, what to do, what not to do, do's and don'ts, and precautionary measures to cover all risks during that work. Or instructions should be written how to test. That's it, can't say. Explanatory notes must be there and must be compliant. After that, you can say another document can be for specifications, which is very voluminous one. There can be specifications, technical specifications, and manufacturing specifications, and whatever else. And this could be project specification, particularly for that projects. There could be general specifications for all projects which cannot cover special items, and there could be particular specification for particular special item. These sorts of specifications cover major part of documents and which is very reliable but not mandatory. Some will say, I don't want to write any specification because my people know everything. Yes, that's fine for you until your people are limited to that. But when it goes to public, it goes to user. User must also know what you have done. So if user wants to know what you have done, I know these specifications cannot be projected on your good, but reader or user must have an opportunity to see your documents for a while. That user should be accessible. These documents must be accessible to that user, just even for reference. Wants to write what you did, I know nobody would go to that extent, but if one requires for rigidity or for sake of information, one should get that, or you may be able to give a copy of that specification to that user. It would serve its purpose. Then I said project specification, general specification, and particular specifications. And specifications, of course, play very significant role when contracts are executed, works are executed. It is a specification only that plays highest role. But management system says don't involve our auditors for this purpose in totality. Involve for random station because these are too voluminous, and maybe if it's too voluminous, people shall not try to invest their time of audit or time of work to read them through thoroughly. Now, then, documents containing internal communications. First, internal communication may be not important for those people who are not involved for internal, because this is not direct application on product, but for internal use to resolve internal conflicts, to track what who did when there is some dispute or there is some clash, that whose responsibility should be fixed or not to be fixed on certain success or failure. For that purpose, internal documents are used. Internal communication is used. This can be in memo forms or memorandum form. This can be in electronic mail forms or hard copied papers or other methods which you have to use internally. Then, of course, it goes to production schedules. Production schedules tell you what production you'll get, how much quantity you'll get, in which period you'll get, and that's all very much. There is nothing technical in that. It's just to set your milestone, just to set your target, means you have to achieve this in this period, and that is called production schedules. Or construction schedules also, you can say that you have finished this much percentage of work in this month or in this period, and you have to deliver whole project until this and practically complete this, and then set it for testing and commissioning and then delivery. For that's what you can say. And then go further, approved suppliers list. Approved supplier list. Every organization is world based or nation based, and that's also true that there are hundreds of vendors, suppliers of hundreds of items all over the world. And practically speaking, this is not practical and feasible to call or use all vendors for your project. That is not possible. So every organization has got relations to certain vendors of their choice whom they trust, or who are required by certain other organization to use these services, and also who are registered by municipalities in some country or by bodies, authorities in some country, depending on practice of such system in that country. So every organization keeps on record shortlisted organizations whom they trust in future. If there's some project, they need some feedback from them, they need some quotations from them, they need some other support from them. These organizations are called in for that work, quotations and then competitions and all that. And these are called shortlisted people with whatever organization. And this list for organizations called approved list, and while same list is also maintained by certain government bodies or certain clients who also include this list in their bid, so that same vendors are used, same manufacturers are used, either of them, 3 or 4 names are included for every item, every material. So the option is available with contracting company that they can propose either of them. Then test and inspection plan. Test and inspection plan, it is easy to speak that test and inspect, but it is you can say bone, it is heart, it is mass of quality work. Mass of quality work it is. It is called checklist and inspection and test plans. Checklist is one part and inspection is another part. It is long document. Not one document, there are many parts on that document. I have a list of my project, my field, and that list I just refer to you now. I'm not giving details of that. Just I am trying to, if I get immediately that open, I didn't open at beginning. Let me see if I can open it and just speak something about that. And that is if I could get, otherwise yeah, I'm able to get something now. Hold on. And this is, let me see. Yeah, I'm able to get. I'll just speak something about that now because I'm talking of quality, and this is very important part of quality. I have this page with me. Wait a minute. This is not properly. It's open now, right now. Yeah. Now this is a list based on my experience, and title here I have given to this is I'll not put in yet. This is quality assurance requirements. Now this I prepared long back based on experience. I'll just see what this is actually. This is checklist and ITPs, that inspection and test plans. And this I'm writing that this page is going to be updated as and when certain checklists and ITPs are ready for assistance of those who intend to improve their QA skills. That time we used to call it QA, means quality assurance skills, but it's not quality mandate, quality requirements. In that I have taken many activities. For example, setting out and excavation, and you may say then I have written details of that. I'm just referring to what I've done. Then checklist for blinding concrete, then checklist for concrete production, then checklist for foundation, then checklist for stub columns preparatory works, then checklist for backfill works, then checklist for grade slab, and then checklist for RCC columns work, then checklist for RCC walls work, and checklist for RCC lift well walls work, then checklist for RCC longitudinal stair work, then checklist for RCC suspended slabs, then checklist for RCC pedestal footings for steel frame, checklist for RCC footings blocks for steel frame work, then checklist for RCC for DC generator and alternator foundation, then it is checklist for RCC fair face structural works, then checklist for RCC architectural finish works, then checklist for RCC hoodie slab works, then checklist for RCC sloping portion floor slab work, then checklist for RCC sloping portion suspended slab works, then checklist for RCC heavy compressor foundation works, then checklist for RCC tabletop columns work, checklist for RCC tabletop works, then checklist for below ground RCC swimming pool work, then checklist for firing or shooting range works, checklist for foundations, footings, concrete pour, then checklist for stub columns, concrete pour, then checklist for grade slab, that is floating slab, then checklist for RCC columns, concrete pour, then checklist for RCC wall, concrete pour, then checklist for RCC lift well wall, concrete pour, then it is checklist for RCC longitudinal stair concrete pour, then checklist for RCC suspended slabs concrete pour, then checklist for RCC pedestal footings concrete pour, checklist for RCC footings blocks pour concrete pour, checklist for RCC for DC generator and alternator concrete pour, then alternator foundation concrete pour, checklist for RCC fair face concrete pour, checklist for RCC architectural finish works, Checklist for RCC hoodie slab concrete pour. Checklist for RCC sloping portion floor concrete pour. Checklist for RCC sloping portion suspended slab concrete pour. Checklist for RCC heavy compressor concrete pour. Checklist for RCC tabletop concrete pour. Checklist for RCC tabletop slab concrete pour. Checklist for below ground RCC swimming pool concrete pour. Then it is checklist for firing or shooting range concrete pour. Then it is ITPs and inspection plan, etc. Number of ITPs and all that I have given in this file, but I will talk of it later on. I just inform you that this is also available in my proposals. Then this is all ITPs. ITPs and checklists are required for purposes. First of all, what you are supposed to check, and accordingly this side poor person will work. I am calling poor person not in terms of money but in terms of hard work, because that person has to work very hard and constantly without any comfort. Anyway, that checklist will equip both the site guy, site engineer, as well as quality inspector or engineer to ensure what is expected on site or inspection, and the inspection test and plans are conducted based on format of these items. Everything done on site, every activity done on site cannot be ensured, but there are standard points that have to be checked on site. Kind of test is conducted, that is a test. You may sometimes say I'm checking layout of something. Layout, in a sense, I'm checking layout on a floor slab or foundation, also on top of column. Both are layout, and because column is in plumb, it should be vertical. Both layout should be central and axial. If there's a little deviation, that cannot be permitted except tolerance allowed. And also vertical plumb, I said. Similarly, dimensions and plumb and the rectangular angles in 90 degrees should be, for example, columns means rectilinear, you can say. And then also means you can say position of steel, how you fix that, position of supports of those shutters, and it's valid for all items. We have to appropriate for every items. Then quality plan. What is quality plan? It can be site-based or project-based document. Quality plans is a kind of total description. It's not mandatory, but it's possible to be used successfully. Means why to unnecessarily imagine something? I say you should have done this, and you should say no, you did not tell me to do this. Two persons cannot meet sometimes in the same opinion. There's a difference of opinion. There was a person who is working on site. His working style, his thinking style is altogether different, because his ambition, his objective is to push work. And objective of quality guy is to ensure that work is pushed according to requirement. This is only difference, but objective of site guy is also saying that work should be done according to requirement. Objectives are same, only approach road is different. My approach road is this and your approach road is this, but we are going to reach same point. Destination is same. So quality plan says we have to consider in quality all factors. What objective we have, or what scope of work we have. Here, scope of work in the quality plan is work done on site must be done and must be seen done by test that quality is achieved. Quality control is done. This total process has reached a point where product is qualifying its requirement. It qualifies requirement, and Who is doing job there? What sort of person that should be? What should be that person competency and potential and integrity? What should be his reporting description, or who should report to that person? Both are these. I mean to say, total job description of quality person, on-site person, and juniors and seniors all must be mentioned in that. Whom one reports, what one does, and who reports to whom. And what sort of checklist we would have, what sort of ITPs we would have, what is frequency of our internal audit, what is frequency of our external audit, which standards we are going to follow, what is extent of contract we have with client, all these in summarized form, not in very exploratory form, should be available in that. And maximum reflection should be done in minimum script. Method statements of quality, references of quality, random checks, all that must be done. And sorts of meeting, sorts of instructions, sort of training. Every dimension should be projected in that in quality plan. And manual is different, company manual is different, that is something different, which means not that much technical, but managerial, how our organization moves, considering total quality of management. Means we have a policy of quality, we have a policy what type of recruitment we have to do, respecting our personnel, what type of vendors we have to select, what should be our policy, what should be our philosophy, all that must be reflected in that plan. And strategic plans, every company has got different strategies that cannot be uniformly done. Every company has to define specifically what they are doing, what they were doing, and what shall be doing. That is altogether different than various forms. Forms means easiest way. Form is an easiest way to express your detailing. Writing then 1,000 pages in you can say paragraphs and like quote judgments, that act does not work in management. You have to be specific, you have to be point to point bulleted, but expression must go, that you are expressive, you are elaborative, that is required. Now when you have established all such documentation, all such information has been papered in or or computerized or whatever way. This documented information is required to be retained by the organization for purpose of providing evidence of result achieved. Documented information to an extent is necessary to have confidence that processes are being carried out per planning, and evidence of fitness for purpose of monitoring and measuring resources, evidence of basis used for calibration of monitoring and measurement resources. What I mean to say, we are going on site or on product to monitor its procedure, its process, and measure its value. That must be prescribed. What basis exists for that? That is called, means we are measuring, we are evaluating this based on this kind of calibration. Because there is no international or national standard we have been given for this item, so we have devised our own way to monitor and measure based on this criteria that is defined here. We calibrated our process of monitoring and measurement, and that is called evidence of basis used for calibration of monitoring and measurement. Then evidence of competence of person that I explained during work under control of organization. I already explained their performance and effectiveness. All this must be there. The result of review and new requirements for products and services means we have reviewed that results we achieved and what our new requirements are there and what we can do more on that service front. Records needed to demonstrate that design and development requirements have been met. This all evidence that you have to prove the records on design and development inputs we have, then records of activities of design and developments control, how we did this, the records of design and development outputs we achieved, and then design and records of, you can say, design and records of designs and development outputs and designs and development changes. Design and development changes including results of review and authorization of changes and necessary actions. Then records of evaluation record, selection record, monitoring of performance record, and re-evaluation of external providers or any other actions arising from these activities. Evidence of unique identification of inputs. When traceability is a requirement, there are so many documents, thousands of documents could be in your organization, but everybody cannot remember location of these documents, in which file or in which section you have. Your document control cannot tell you immediately which document is located somewhere. So there should be certain reference which could be used for researching or retrieving that document immediately, and that is what we are talking of, unique identification of outputs. When it is required to be retrieved in, we must get immediately, and you can say codification of documents this way. Then records of property of customer or external provider that is lost, damaged, or otherwise found to be unsuitable for use and of its communication to honor. Well, this is something else, means you have to take such type of monitoring system that whatever you are getting in that's not standard one, then you have to further take care of that. Results of review and changes for production or service provision, persons authorizing change and necessary actions taken. Means once you reviewed, changes were there, and then review of changes for production or service provision, you have to do that by authorization, and actions must be taken thereafter. Then records of authorized release of products and services for delivery to client or customer, including acceptance criteria and traceability to authorizing persons. Then records of non-conformities, actions taken, concessions obtained, and identification of authority deciding actions in respect of non-conformity. You know, as I discussed before, NCRs are issued, non-conforming report. Those NCRs are on record. These NCRs on its format tell automatically who should record this information, who should issue and sign this information, then who should respond on that way or method, how this shall be corrected, then who is correcting this, then reinspection of that and closure of that form would itself speak. Then result of evaluation of performance and effectiveness. Evaluation of performance and effectiveness is actually our goal. Are we going to perform what has been defined on all documents that amount to effectiveness of quality management system? And evidence of implementation of audit program and audit results. This is all means evidence, all these are evidences, all records are evidences, internal audit, external audit, Observations could be there, observations could not be there, and observations were corrected or not corrected, actions were taken or not taken, and if taken, what implementation was done or not done. Then evidence of results of management's reviews. Did management take interest in that? Was management imported into that? Did the board meeting work on that? I mean, the site management work on that, or they didn't work on that? They kept off from that involvement. All these points are considered because ISO 9001 2015 is different in its command. It's not 2008 one, it is 2015 one, where power of management has been pulled under mandate, not under option. Management who is accountable to company has also been made accountable to quality system. This cannot be left to quality section only to be responsible. That is now functionally responsible, but in totality, organizational leader is responsible. The evidence of nature of non-conformities and whatever subsequent actions that I explained to you already. NCR is a big issue, maybe we people don't understand here. Once non-conformance reporting document is issued, it is a binding contractual document, and it can lead to stoppage of payment and stoppage of sequential activities if you know its contractual and legal implication. And if you cannot understand that, then you have to understand this. This is a bar on your progress. NCR should be avoided to an extent if it is reciprocally agreeable between person who is working on site and person who is in quality system. Both should cooperate with each other, talk together and remedy. And if it doesn't work, only then NCR should be preferred, because it's a black mark on both, because work was not done according to specifications or compliance, or it was overlooked, and quality person is also involved in that, because why and how could it be done in non-conformance status. Then it is further said many other records are required. Organizations are free to develop other records that may be needed, demonstrate conformity of the processes, products, services, and quality management system, and where they exist, all are such records or else subject to requirement. Now, this is a document which I repeated many times. I'm closing this file because I have to move further on other files, and those files are also very important. Now, other file is, which I was talking before. Let me go through that again. Here it is. Yes, this file is here, I think. Yeah. Yes, this was, I was talking on file that is, there's NXSL Supervision Management RCC Buildings Construction Template. I had covered this many out of these 10 clauses, many I covered, and I just repeat for your information that this is supervising management RCC buildings construction quality system. And it says that an organization adopts a system of management to take care of comfortably achieving its set objectives, which being in this case supervising management RCC buildings construction. Management system comprises various sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully, let me see who's there, just a minute please. Nobody's there. Well, management system comprises various sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully reach its intended objectives. This is very important sentence. Says that management system comprises various sets of procedures for charting out and implementing various operations or activities so as to successfully reach its intended objectives, which lead to enhanced use of resources. Enhanced use of resources. Enhanced use means use more than required or more than possible, means you have to get back your input from resources so that you can get more advantage, more benefit. And improvement on risk management. Improvement on risk management, because now risk factor is very important. Pre-control is better than post-control of risk. If you anticipate risk in advance, you can take precautionary measure and preventive measure, and it can help you. Then, and increase customer satisfaction by meeting product or services expectations. In this case, product is supervising management of RCC construction. Okay. Now what it is said is that management, I repeat this because this is also very important. Management system comprises all sets of procedures. I can say now finished of various. There are procedures you have defined to move that management implementation. And you have a set objective, and whatever activities we are going to operate to achieve that, to successfully reach there, what objectives we define and targeted in, and we can get better use of our resources, or you can say optimum or more than optimum use of our resources, and improvement on our risks which we could anticipate, and we can protect them. We can protect from being impacted upon by adverse results, and you can say adverse coefficient of that attack can be eliminated, and customer satisfaction can be increased, because we are meeting product expectations or services expectations or standard of products and services. And in this case, our target is that we have to supervise system of that construction of buildings, RCC buildings. Now, organizations do work on various management systems. We know that. That is, who's this guy? Let me see. Hello. Sorry. Hello. 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 Can't you speak? Unnecessary wasting time. Nonsense. Wasting for nothing. Just come pouring in for nothing. These, sorry, disturb me. Yes, we have quality management system, environment management system, safety management system, and these three have to be applied in one go actually on same project. We cannot separately apply them. When project works, you have to apply quality system, you have to apply environment system, which is very important, and you can say environmental management system, then safety management system. All three move together, so you need to design them together, and that is sole purpose of this document, this system. That's 2015, because this document, this annex is common for all these 10 clauses which explained to you many times. These should be for all these, should be used for all these systems, and these all three disciplines apply simultaneously on your project. No separate instance no separate stage. These move together. If you move your project to speed, means you have to construct according to your construction management, then according to your safety management, according to your environmental hazard production management. All these move together, and that is what you do on same form. Then you can also define your method statements, you can write them, you can explain all this in one system, that these are protections you have to take in this procedure. So in procedure you can say this is a stage of construction, this is a stage of inspection, this is a stage we have to consider safety, or you have to protect production from impact of hazards. All these can be defined in separate sections on same procedure statement or method statement. Then we go further on this. All management systems shall have single high level. So we have talked of this. High level structure cannot be changed. What it means is, see, there are 10 clauses as we know, from scope to improvement, that is scope and normative references and terms and conditions and text of organizations, and then quality and planning and all that up to improvement. These all can be treated, can be applied. This high level structural system, high level structural language this is, and these all fit in. All these your disciplines on work fit into this annex asset. That is where we are talking of. You cannot change these. All these clauses from scope to improvement cannot be changed in sequence or in their contents. But you can add what is indicated there. You can indicate your requirement and explain that in subsections as continued. Sequence of these clauses remains same. This your additional requirement can be added to whatever sequence. You can add anything to scope. You can define any terms and conditions or definitions into your system, whatever you use. Then you can you can write whatever is required for your organizational context. Then you can write, this is a class 4 about context, then you can write about quality, whatever you think, and planning and all that. No bar to add to that one or expand to that, but clause should remain same. Then it applies to management system, standards publicly available, specifications. Yes, specifications must be taken care of in this. Maybe you continue all required specifications there, but separate attachment can also be done. This is general specifications and technical specification management there can be done. And then you can see revised one, all be based on this annex. After that, this is all indicative. One thing is very clear, means you have to devise yourself. Means how do you want to work on that? You have to devise that one. So I last time on this title of supervising management RCC buildings covered clause 1. I explained clause 1. Then it was in clause 1 the intended outcome of management. This is outcome of management which are industry specific and should be aligned. So it was that one. And it is supervision management RCC buildings construction from commencement to completion stage, construction prosecuted by owner, appointed contracting company, and delivery of designs and specifications wise compliant completed building under certification of completion per documents. Then clause 2 is normative references. various references were inserted in, that is service contract between supervising manager and consultant and owner, that is the reference. Contract between owner and contractor, that is another reference or terms of definition, normative references. Then ISO 9001 2015 contractors organization document, then project schedules, all designs, all disciplines, all working and shop drawings, all disciplines, all other contract documents, and all specifications within contract, all testing references, all as-built drawings and references, all materials and other items, supporting references, for example, Euro codes, American codes, IS codes, British codes, various national annexes, NDFs, and non-determined parameters as nationally determined parameters, and published documents, and you can say various other documents like as a basis of designs, actions by fire, actions by snow, actions by wind, actions by thermal forces, action by execution, actions by you can say accidents, design concrete structures, and various related European Union these documents like EN 1990-2002, which is basis of designs, and accordingly all numbers. Then BS documents, ACI, IS code, NBC, building bylaws, all that are references, normative references. Then clause 3 terms and definitions, means control references, which can control your work. You have to define that those terms, and if you have those definitions, like you're using documents on site, there are titles and the terms. Let us see which documents you are using in that. You can use their daily progress report or status or memos to contractor and technical clarification, engineering clarification, contractual clarification, request for inspection of general items, request for inspection of concrete pours, non-compliance reports, material approval request and drawing approval request, and temporary works and permanent works and preparatory works and construction method statements and standard working designs or details, quality management statements and including checklist and ITPs, and safety management documents including safety induction trainings, upkeeps and surveillance of fire protection. Supporting references are there, for example, excavation, soil testing on site, soil improvements, blinding, concrete protection, waterproofing, below ground and above ground, cast in situ concrete, formwork, reinforcement fabrication, reinforcement placement, precast pre-stressed concrete reclusion and concrete glass and reinforcement grade and soil backfill, piping, concrete block walls and roofing, plastic and rendering, flooring, door windows, ironmongery, kitchens and wet areas, finishes, special items, testing and commissioning, design estimated quantities, issued for information drawings, issued for building permit drawings, issued for construction drawing, revised designs, national annexes, nationally determined parameters, published documents, and all other necessary definitions. This I have explained to you at length till last talk. Now we go to class 4, that is context of organization. Class 4, then class 5, then class 6, and up to end. As much as we can talk, we talk. Because whatever we talk, first of all, it should be conceptual, it should be clear and communicable and understandable. These conditions should work. And if I'm not able to do that, then I think I waste my time as well as your time. And I should stop this practice. But I think I am able to do something to support others. That is sole purpose here. Now it says in context of organization, because it is written in small fonts, I have to read this closely. It says understanding organization and its context, that's a requirement. Understanding organization and its context. Understanding needs and expectations of parties is another requirement. Determining the scope of management system. Management system. Now, these are basics which we need for context of organization because we have to deal with them practically. Now, what considerations we can use in that? We have to decide as organizer. We have to decide first of all, is imagination why this organization exists or why is organization there? We have to answer that question. Now see, identify internal and external issue that impact intended outcome, interested parties and their requirements, define scope and set boundaries of management system, raise employees awareness and involvement. These are consideration points and there can be more. Now I'll now start that. Let me start like this. We are talking of text of organization, context. This organization, let us say, intends to serve public by providing dedicated teams for building related site works, engineering supervision for getting best possible product works deliveries related to RCC buildings. This means why do we exist? Our answer is our organization is here to serve public by providing a dedicated teams of building professionals related to site works engineering supervision and delivering to public best possible products works deliveries. Means what public expects, we are here to deliver a quality product or a professionally nominated product delivered by experts or professionals related to RCC building. This is an easy statement to write, but its impact is far away. Its impact is very detailed and constructive and located far away because this building walks still far away. Long distance travel this building has to do until this building is going to exist. Now we say intend to help public avail benefits of best technical know-how regarding RCC buildings, either directly to owner of building or to professional architect appointed by building owner or to end user or to all stakeholders as case may be. Means our services are intended for use by owner, for use by public, for use by end user individual or a group, or for use by another professional or some other stakeholders, whoever is involved. This service is intended for all or for one depending upon circumstances, but this service is, can say, constituted of quality element that is expected to serve to make this building strong enough, powerful to give its service for its decided, its designed, its determined service time, maybe many decades, depends. This service should perfectly work for that as far as production elements, production stage of this is concerned. This is total communication here. Then organization is a small group of technocrats. Of course, this is consultancy, this is supervision. There cannot be many professionals there because it is a work of mind. It's not a work only physical. It is work of technocrats, but with high level profile backup. High level profile it is of engineering, supervision, management, attainment. Means they are not simply educated. These professionals are attained. They have certain specialty with them. They have repeated work. They have learned more and more of all inputs, and they know what should be output and how it should be. So these professionals are reliable one. Their strength is not in numbers but in potential. Organization is capable to augment its strength. Says that organization is capable to augment its strength, all disciplines. Put pertinent supervision experts as and when required. Well, we may have little number now, but it doesn't confine to that. If it is required, if it is required to augment strength, keeping abreast quantity of work, we can recruit more or we can import more. Means there is no bar to our strength. This is minimum strength, permanent strength, but this can be uplifted. Organization understands that it is its professional, national, and social responsibility to contemplate, consider, and reconsider to produce best and fittest degree of works. Supervision at economical and sustainable ecological cost, forcing keeping site tidy, safe in all respects, and help to avoid inconvenience to public. Then organization understands that product and user expects best sustainable economically, ecologically, and within acceptable criteria, graded with quality control product. All such operations that can assist site work with minimum efforts and maximum benefits. It's very clear. Then we can say organizational leader ensures that it very well understands requirements mandated by laws, by regulations, by contract documents, by good industrial practices, honor, architect, and others. Then internal issues are references to mandatory and advisory practice for respecting national and international codes, prosecution requirement. External issues are site coordinations. External issues because we are in an office, but site work is a kind of external from this management but inclusive of this management. External issues are site coordination with statutory and government authorities, appointed architects and owners representatives, as well as direct and indirect impact groups, or those engineers which are in management, which are in government or in private sector related to employer, and if engineer is also a part of management which need be taken care of. Got my point? We are not directly related but related as far as supervision is concerned, for coordination, for design, for statutory purpose, for government authorities, where it is required to fulfill the requirement of those where there is a deficiency, we are here to help you. Then organization leader make sure that there should be no delay on conducting work supervision schedule, which works if delayed mar site prosecution and impose on consequential delays on project completion. We are not interested in that. We have to do as much as possible promptly and efficiently to contain our work and to contain projects under supervision and timely delivery of that. We are not going to delay that one because of our services. Management scope determined to be limited from. We are having a scope on this supervision management, but we have limitations according to that, according to scope you give us or we entered into, and that is project requirement study, contract review study, ensuring contract requirements are complied with in every respect, ensuring that contractor's agent and its staff on project site understands important contract provisions so as not to mar or defer work progress due to misunderstanding evolved due to whatever such provisions. Then ensuring that contractor operates all necessary contract provisions prior to relevant operations are adversely impacted upon. Ensuring that all relevant required formats have been issued to contractor, which would be used to cover to forward various proposals and submissions to supervising manager or resident engineer or engineer. Architectural designs review study, structural designs review study, structural design coordination, building allied services coordination, meeting regulatory provisions directly or through contractor depending on contract provisions. Review all shop and working drawings produced by contractor, all disciplines drawings coordination, issue contractor raised queries, classifications as and when necessary, approve resolution related to disciplinary clashes with other disciplines, site coordination with other professional vendors through contractor, for example HVAC, electrical loss prevention, access controls, security, elevator, escalator, electronics, security vendor, all etc. Conducting all-site progress meetings, testing, issuing minutes of progress meetings, reviewing contractors, conducted subcontractors, coordination meeting, reviewing contractors submitted construction methods and approving such statements. To accomplish foregoing management activities, let me take a drop of water. To accomplish foregoing management activities very well, support application for permits to operator of area for road diversion, closure, cold and hot work permits, etc. to be applied with and operated for all such works. All such operations shall be susceptible to ensuring safety compliance under relevant management system. All such operations shall be monitored, measured, evaluated and placed in for further improvement in all cases. All our involved personnel shall be put into stream of safety training as and when required on site to be conducted by safety experts. All our involved personnel shall be put in system training from time to time and would be required to update adopted system and also requested to submit their experience based suggestions for improvement. All personnel shall be advised to understand whole system so as not to miss any activity on supervision of RCC buildings project. These points I have spoken are prime one, and let me just relink them. It says that we are going to serve all stakeholders, whoever are involved here, owner, public, end user, other professionals, whoever is that. Our objective is, according to this supervision contract, to serve them for purpose of ensuring that this project is delivered in conformance. And we are here to help public that they should get benefit of best services which we are going to supervise and contractors giving to deliver. That technology, that know-how regarding this profession of RCC building designs and construction, people should get benefit of. And we are all in professional conduct. We have to do it accordingly in cooperation so that whatever we do professionally with architect and others who are appointed by employer should be in cohesion, not in conflict. And we are not very big company, very big organization, we are very small one, but when we get more jobs, we can expand our strength. There is no bar, there is no restriction to that one. And then we can say, we understand that it is our responsibility at professional level, at social level. We have to do everything in our mind and otherwise analyze, consider, reconsider, and to produce best and fittest work supervision, which should add value to product, economically sustainable, ecologically friendly, and keeping areas clean and tidy and safe and inconvenience free. We know what we have to do. We know about this product. We know how to get it done accordingly, keeping in the economy, ecology, and within acceptable criteria whatsoever, as far as quality control is concerned and other related items are concerned on operations and to assist site team. Our leaders ensures that we completely understand and comprehend what we have to do and per law, regulations, contract documents, and keeping in line continuation of good industrial practice. And whatever documents we are here to support or to approve or to do with that, whatsoever we have in our strength of contract agreement, technically we have to do, we are competent to there, we are efficient to do there, whatsoever approvals are required, we shall have that one, and whatever way this project has to move, we have to consider it that way, keeping supervision management together. Whatever revisions we have to do, we do. Whatever duties we have to do in supervision scope, we have to do. We are competent to do that. We will study drawings, we will study specifications, we will study proposals, we will study all that and comment on that or approve or do whatever it is. And we monitor all that's required, whatever formats are required, and also all that we are here to help you for structure, for other items of buildings, and for testing, and all that what is done in compliance, or we have to ensure non-compliance is not done for all disciplines, and we have to ensure vendors must do their job, subcontractors or others. This is all what we say means you can understand what I mean to say. Job of supervision includes management, technicalities, and intellectualism. All is included in this management or supervision, you can say. It is not labor supervision, it is not resources supervision. We have to monitor activities delivered or done by all these resources, human resources, equipment resource, material resource, personal resource, all these activities we have to measure, we have to ensure that they do their job, and then we have to ensure that whatever they do is done perfectly according to conformance of contract documents. Then we come to next part, and that is leadership, which is clause 5. See, leadership is something very different, which we people in general do not consider widely. We consider only in constraints of politics, but this is not that. This is a leading profession. Leadership is very different title now. Industrial leader, professional leader, business leader, all are leaders in various professions and disciplines because they lead their professional, they lead their associates, they lead their juniors, and ultimately they lead public. It's not political leadership, it is professional leadership. This leadership is defined, and if not defined, we define it in every job. So, what this clause 5 leadership indicate? What does it indicate? Leadership and commitment. It indicates policy decision, organizational roles, responsibilities, and authorities. These are main points. General points you can say. Then considerations could be different, and that is there are emphasis on leadership. Emphasis on leadership, not just top management, but leadership is responsible and accountable. That is main change. Accountability and responsibility. Then it is top management has greater accountability and involvement in organizational management system. Integrate requirement of management system into organization's core business processes. Ensure that management system allocates necessary resources. Ensure management system achieves business intended outcome. Top management responsible to communicate importance of management system and ensures employees awareness and involvement. This is little high profile we have to discuss, and we discuss it. It's not problem. This doesn't mean we cannot understand this. And if somebody, just for information, if someone of you wants to raise certain questions, you can call me on video conference room, and I will answer for this talk if someone is interested. Otherwise, it's up to you. There's no force. Well, all partners are heads and leaders. I am talking of partners in management. All partners are heads and leaders to their respective sections, such as designs, site controls, engineering. When I say engineering, it doesn't engineering discipline, it is engineering section of that title where solely engineering is conducted. So this is engineering. Then services, then contract, valuation and approvals, and maybe more supportive like planning, like something else, quantification or valuation includes that. So these are various sections on that project, on that location, on the project which you are doing. Now, policy devised by management. Policy devised by management and leaders. Management and leaders is that supervision work should be done right first time every time. This is very important point which we engineers actually miss sometimes, though it is a part of management to understand what should be management principle, yet it is general one. It's not that you might have studied when you studied construction management, when you were referring to that chapter, oh very long day I refer to that CPM, what is CPM, what is bar chart, what is part, and CPM is critical path method, and this part is program evaluation review technique, and also then bar chart. So many systems of planning are available. Available, of course, these days softwares are available. Primavera is available, and MS Project is available, and many more. You can follow wherever. But question remains: right man for right job. That is very big requirement. It's such a requirement. Sometimes you can't get it. Often you can't get it. You conduct interview, you conduct examination or test, but what you sought is not 100% accurate. So for that, for say, policy devised by management and leaders is that supervision work should be done right first time every time. What does it mean? First time every time. Well, it is very easy to say first time every time. But for that, what knowledge you should have, that must be defined. And not only defined, it should be ensured that person who is going to supervise is equipped with that knowledge. How shall you equip with that knowledge? That is what the problem lies in. Means you are not working together, you are working with someone else. You are working with a party which is not yours, that's contractor. Contractor maybe knows job or maybe doesn't know job. Or maybe you are at fault, you are not clear. That is where we have to solve problem. What we have to decide in supervision, what we have to inspect on site, what we have to make sure for, all these are inputs that we must have. We must agree these inputs with other party, because you cannot imagine that this party knows this and that party cannot imagine what I check for. Both should know in writing or in comprehensive understanding what we are going to do on our parts. Because it's not academical education, it's not a speculation, it is real work. And real work cannot be allowed to be undefined. It must be particularly defined what we are going to do. So that training or that information must be given to contractor personnel and to your personnel. This is your limitation and this is your limitation. You are trained for this and he knows this. He has to produce that way and you have to inspect this way so that his time is saved and your time is also saved. You cannot just there go and okay, show me this and show me that. Oh, this is not correct and this. And you can't explain to him what actually do you want. This is what happens. This happens. One must be clear your requirement in specifications, and that must be clear to both, to person who is doing there on ground and to person who is going to ensure he's doing that. And that is where right time, first time you can do. Otherwise you will go again and again not satisfied. That man is not satisfied by your inspection, you are not satisfied by that man's work. Both are keeping apart. What is the result? Nothing. Waste of time and generation of misunderstanding between both parties. That is where a set limit is decided in procedures what you have to do. That's all. Right man for right job. We say whatever you do right first time, every time, do it right. That is called quality work in supervision. Then we go, supervision work should be allotted to right competent person only. If you allot this person to a person doesn't understand anything, just going to site means nothing, he will come back blank. The supervision work should be allotted to right competent person only. And if right person is not available for certain specific job, then what you have to do? Either impart training or work should be outsourced officially. You hire some expert and get this done. That's so only, no other way. Then work should be affected in scheduled time, in defined time limit, with required degree of competency, and acceptable compliance. This is most important. Why it is important? Contractor says this way I have to concrete according to schedule. This is my defined time. But you are not actually clear about what he is doing. Yes, you go site every day, you see what is being, but you have not gone through all details, all drawings, what is required, what's not required. You're not even sure of approved drawings or applicable specifications and method of working. This means you are not competent person. Competent not by qualification, by education, not competent to that point of that activity which you have to pre-study before departing to that location for inspection. And you then must be clear from documents which specification applies, which document applies, which material applies, and what is procedure. Only then you can reach that location in defined time as requested on inspection, and you can work on that. And that is only a reason that inspection time of 24 hours and 48 hours are allowed for activities. For general activities they allow, say, okay, just for reference, 24 hours, though it is 24 hours, but when you come in contact with each other, they know they trust you, it can be reduced, doesn't make a difference, we have big profile. But for major posts, 48 hours allowing. That purpose is that you should prepare yourself for inspection, because you have to collect information from various times, where document various specifications, and maybe you have to calculate something for that purpose. You cannot depend upon what contractor speaks for you, what provides information for you. That's of course reliable, but you have to corroborate that information by your own efforts. And that is what compliance is called. That's what where you are going to conform with requirements. Conformance to requirement. You can claim only other party. You do not know this, because if you do not know, how can you claim that? Sometimes maybe that party doesn't know really, then you have to explain to them, this you have to do. This means you should have done it before that person. You call that person, you do it. Then required attempt has to be made to do work error-free to a maximum extent feasible. Error-free work. This is very challengeable activity. Error-free work. I don't think it's possible, because we are not directly working. Yes, we can work on drawings error-free. We can write specifications, can say where we have edited, checked it, inspected, we gone through that. But when you are using other people, other individuals, there may be all classes of workers, from helpers, artisans, craftsmen, supervisors, foremen, and others who are involved in certain activity. You can't say that's idealistic world. That's not idealism. That is erroneous area, because those people cannot think and do accurate work as you expect. But you have to force them to do right work. Force doesn't mean compressive or tensile force. This means explanatory force. You have to tell them this is tolerance if they cannot read document and they read themselves. Maybe they ignore this. They know drawings, but they ignore that. They know specifics, but they ignore that. Ignorance factor exists. Carelessness exists. That is why you are there, to make them understand this is your job, and if you do not do like this, I would not approve this. Because first they have to approve according to my system. Let them approve. You have to write your observation, and if they don't do even after that, then you have to keep silent, let this activity, or you put a further. Well, then you can only attempt. You cannot force something physically, because if they don't do it, they won't be paid. Of course, you will get adverse impact of that, because you are not able to extract work from that party. Well, error-free is great achievement if you do that. Maybe first time you don't get that, maybe second time also you fail, But when it moves on and on, it will be streamlined to be called error free. Error free doesn't mean is there should be no minor errors are not called errors. You cannot say if this concrete area is not clean, it's a no. This is procedure. Every time, every 5 minutes or 10 minutes, nobody will clean. You have to accept that status. But before pouring, when you are going to inspect pouring activity, that time it should be clear. You have to keep that point in mind. You do not act like kid. Oh, this cover is not right. This line is not straight. This that cannot be called that because it is procedure, ongoing work, and generally in our construction it happens. Site sometimes looks very untidy, very this timber piece is lying there, this nail piece is lying there, this shunting format is the freeway lying there. Oh, you're not. It goes on like that. You have to accept something and not and reject something. You can say combination of two, or be practical rather than completely idealistic. Idealism does not work here because persons illiterate are handling that one, and it takes coefficient of labor if they every time handle material only. We have to take that matter into consideration. Your road should be tidy, your vehicle should be clear and tidy, nail free area. People safety are there, safety guys who can take care of that. Don't worry much about that. Worry about technicalities, which is your main job. Then you can say organization has devised various levels of positions. Organization has devised various levels of positions such as top management level, senior and detailed management levels. This is natural. Every organization shall have one top management partners levels or directors level and middle management where senior engineers of course there or managers in that company are there, or then there's lower profile supervisors or clerk of work, or you can say that type of people. There's no labor in that, there's no workers in that in fact. Then you can say top management contributors are leaders. Of course everybody is leader, but guiding authorizing those, they are actually leaders because they account for financial status. They have to be accountable financially, technically, managerially, contractually. They have to share responsibility. So top management contributors are leaders in themselves to direct and guide all others located on site or located off site. When I say located off site means in their own offices, in their corporate offices or head offices located off site, and they are on site who are working on site. You can say dedicated responsibility, full-time responsibility. We people don't understand dedication. We think devotion is dedication. Devotion is a different word. Dedication means full-time deployment. They require to provide vision to site organization. That is sole duty. Means what you think should be done according to your vision, that must go to those who are on front line or you want a line management. Otherwise they will do what they want, they will do their way. Then they require to keep all personnel all times motivated so that continuity of personnel is maintained on site. Yes, means you can say retention of engineers. That is very important factor. Well, currently this situation is different, but there was a time that every person had employment opportunity, particularly in engineering. I have an opportunity when I have 3 or 4 jobs at one time, which one to join, I have to decide. This used to happen. So Once you are there, you must have interest in job for your career process, and of course financial gains are considered. Everybody considers that, but motivation should be given for promotion or from additional knowledge or from some other factor. Everybody has different requirement, but somewhere you have to stop. Then leaders need ensure that policy of organization is always effective and consistently its objectives are achieved in all cases. What it says, leaders must ensure that policy of organization is always effective. It's not theoretical, it's not imaginative. It should work for job. Otherwise, this policy is defective, must be revised. And policy must be decided with support of those who are going to undergo that policy. That point must be kept only. Suggestions must be required, or those persons can be used, can be included within that conference where policy decision meeting goes on. So leaders need to ensure that policy of organization is always effective and consistently its objectives are achieved in all cases. Then now they need not involve directly with details, but involve with surveillance of all works of designs. Surveillance of all works of designs means those working around with you, it's for them, because after all they are employee, they hired one, they are not permanent, but even then how long they work, they should be considered permanent at least till they work there. So they need not involve directly with details, but involve with surveillance of all works of designs. They need make sure that human and other resources required to meet supervision, site supervision operations are available all times as and when it is necessary, either directly or through contractors as case may be. Now means we have to involve all those on whom impact comes or on whom responsibility requires to be borne. So if incorporation of everybody is there, you may say co-effort does exist for purpose of supervision, because ultimately we are supervising, you two are supervising, both supervision streams must move together without any loggerhead. That is a better approach which can be assumed to be applied with. Then they need to make sure that contractor mobilized all resources requirements in line to contract and project. Now this is a part of job, then the supervision job. This is a part of supervision, that you are good with them and they are good with you. Then you have to make sure what they are doing, because mobilization is very slowly commencement of project, without which project permanent work cannot finish. This is actually a temporary support. That's called mobilization, means maybe it has to be completed with 1 month maximum from date of allotment of the commencement, and within that period this must finish so that you can move further on activities of permanent work. That's why it says they need make sure that contractor mobilized all resources requirements in line to contract and project schedule. And that is not simply saying, means when there are projects which you can call projects, and generally projects are located off cities, in deserts, or in remote areas where you need establishment. Contractor requires establishments for that period, maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, till that project works. That you should have counted, self-contained establishment for your site work, for your consultant work, for your work, and for accommodations and all facilities which you are going to provide to your input resource, and that is work people, that's workforce and issues, layout area and all that means lay down areas, whatever you are going to machine areas and all that areas is called, you can say, kind of small project camp at site and project camp at residence. All these facilities are covered within this mobilization. And if mobilization is good, perfect, which requires all kind of temporary facilities like toilets, like you can say kitchen for site, like offices for yourself and offices for consultant or visitors and conference room, and you can say septic tank or containment and fencing and whatever else is required must be done in that period. To an extent, this can commission work, not necessarily 100% done, but to some extent it should be, so that everybody can sit there comfortably. Supply for temporary supply of electricity is available, temporary supply of water or sewer system is available, means both items are required: electrical supply, telephone supply, or sewage disposal, or water supply, or kitchen items. All these constitute parts. And camping for workers, which can be directly hired camp or temporary area camp, which land should be allotted by state, or how to manage, that's a part of contract. This mobilization is very important. Of course, it is paid not in full, but it is proportionally distributed over duration of contract as far as contract payment is concerned. And this has, once this mobilization is over, you can say kick off for permanent work. You can take off your project. Then you can say, I said they need to make sure that contractor mobilize all resources requirements in line to contract and projects. So we explained that one. Then we say they will ensure that all supervision personnel and all contractors personnel are at all levels know respective job activities, which must be produced in descriptive writing and be updated from time to time depending on newer projects. This is a statement only, but first of all, consider challenge show with whom one deals. That person must be competent one. Procedure is that curriculum vitae of all personnel are submitted by contracting company up to level of project manager and down to level of sometimes site engineer and sometimes up to even foreman level or general foreman. Ensure that those profiles are submitted in time and are approved by owner or engineer in time. That's most important, because without that approval, you are, once your profile is approved, is a part of contract itself. Many cases that defined in contract, this must be approved. Means competent person comes in, is approved and starts working, so that they are little free that okay, competent responsible person is there, no problem at all. Then we can talk together, we can discuss, and we can define to each other what is your role, or we know what is your role through your job description. You know our role, our involvement, to whom you have to talk, to whom you have to talk. All those representative statements must be issued by contracting and supervising company. Both should interchange with each other this liability, this responsibility, or power of strength or power of attorney. We have technical responsibility, commercial responsibility, project responsibility. All that means different kinds of statements are interexchanged for purpose of information as well as record. We must know each other, to whom we have to report to and to have to talk to, and all that means generally it happens. And once you are in stream, then it can vary, it doesn't matter, it's only a formality. But job description is a must, because Nobody would like to talk to four persons for one item. I shall prefer that give me one person to whom I can talk, I can handle, I can give communication, I can receive communication, I can instruct, because that person is authorized on your behalf. Then you can say this must be completely documented, because generates, you can say, generates confidence, it generates trust, and mutual trust is very significant element. You may be having documents, you may be having contract, you may be having every fine element with you, but if absence of trust exists, you cannot solve it. It leads to, you can say, retrenchment, or either reduction of duty, or sometime you have to give up that job. So leaders have to, what I said, that they need ensure that all supervising personnel is okay. And leaders have to, in all cases, all time ensure that device management system is well monitored, evaluated, and necessary improvement is inducted. Yes. Leaders have to, in all cases, ensure that develop device system, work systems, we can say, works, it's understood, it is evaluated, and it moves, which is a very long action, but start is significant. If you start the system and both parties understand system, because it's not one party system, both have to understand each other, and you have to explain to your other party, you have to do like this, and if that party does it well, then there can be modification, there is something else that doesn't cause any problem. But this system should not fall, that is important. Once you devise something, you can improve that, you can redefine that, but it should not fall, means it should not be hoax, it should be false framework. It should be working framework, even up to, say, it works 60% or 70% successfully, or 100% extraordinary then, but amendments can be done, modifications can be done. This guarantee, this responsibility must be taken by top person, and it must move like that. We are just talking, but it happens gradually, it moves on and on and on, and we mix up together. Ultimately, work is final answer, and these are documents to speak that you have worked like that. Then need ensure that all necessary information regarding system need ensure that all necessary information regarding system management is communicated to all personnel as and when necessary. Communication is done. So we already talked that system should work, means work in records as well as on site. We should know each other totality and communicate with each other, and that should move constantly, as we say, as a necessary, but it is constant actually. And this communication plays a very significant role here. If we fail in communication, that is difficult task to comply with. Therefore, I always stress clarity of communication, strength in communication, approach to communication, and what are our, we can say, what they call it, like a definition of communication, say that protocol, you may call it protocol, though I cannot call it protocol. This is like method statement of communication, whom to your talk, to whom you talk, means just to save time, whom to have copy, to whom you are not to copy. Like that you have to define. That too can be amended depending on requirement, but working people on site directly who are there and line management, they deal with operations, so they must clearly understand at least Other people may understand, may not understand, but system would move, work would move. And leaders need ensure that all clients or respective owners are well aware. Leaders need ensure that all clients or respective owners are well aware that organization has been complying with NEVA requirements and duly updated so that it be easier to participate in NEVA design bids to manage designs. I repeat, sit down. It says, saying leaders need to ensure that all clients or respective owners are well aware that organization has been complying with NEVA requirements and duly updated so that it be easier to participate in NEVA designs bids to. I mean, this kind of, you can say, additional duties or additional methods, or there may be variations, or there is something, or new methodology has come in, or something extra which is practically applicable, though it can be called, it can be the value engineering in that. If you want to apply, or if you get some more information, you have to change it or you do this, means never information or never requirement has come in, that must be done. Complaint that it was done before like this, you have done this, whatever, that is disputable issue, but whatever is required is that must be done. It generally happens on projects which are, these plant specialist projects, where there are so many activities, thousands and thousands of cubic meter of concrete is done. So many structures are there, so many buildings are there, so many foundations are there. Actually, those they adopt machines and equipment for which foundations are done. These equipments are going to be erected on them, but what happens sometimes? Details are not finally available for those machines, which machines they are going to use. But idealistically, okay, this is for an purpose, or we are going to plan like this. This is mechanical details of this one. These are your design parameters for this. You can do like this and like this, and you can follow this. And machine design is done on that. But what happens? That machine is not finally decided. It may take few months. So, but your job is not started. It's not even executed. There's nothing. Right time you do that job, it's still sometimes machine is, but immediately they say we are going to use this. But by that time, might we have constructed foundation of that, which is of course your error, consultants error, supervisors error. We don't stop it, but error is error. So we have to take that modification content into our consideration, whether or not it impacts on finances or impacts on time or it doesn't impact anything. We just adopt it. That is what we are talking of. There can be never changes or policy changes or whatever changes. Then you can say supervising management requires to conduct schedule audit. Supervising management requires to conduct schedule audit on contract progress to an extent contractor site organization concerned. So that is very general, means it is a part of your duty as supervisor in your contract or in your ISO system, that when you are there, it's also your duty that you can ensure, you can monitor that contractor is following the required system of quality. You can go through documents, of course, to give a notice that I'm going to do this. You can go to and audit files, audit records, and question those people who are working there. Is how we are doing, what you're doing. But this is not 100%. If your percentage of this, merely you are dealing with that project, or dealing with documents, yet that you have to submit compliance report. Yes, this guy, this company is working according to requirement, the system, because that is defined in their method statement. You can say project policy or project plan. It's already defined there. So it's simply that one. And supervision management ensure supervision management ensure that monthly or schedule Monthly or scheduled payment is put by contractor in process when due, and after evaluation and scrutiny, payment are payment are forwarded for certification. As actually what says that generally what happens that management supervisor, they must get submission by contractor about bills, you can say, valuation claim, payment claim, we have done this work. This is also duty of supervisor to ensure that these claims are received, and if not received, to talk. And of course contract says you have to be paid monthly. So if it qualifies within that condition of payment is being made, progress is there, then a requirement comes that contract has to be billed. But what it says, in case it's not done due to whatever reason, then you have to take care of that. You have to evaluate yourself. If contract doesn't do that, you evaluate yourself. You value what work is done, how is done, how many percentage you can make payment if that contract does not come due to whatever reason. Then you can say, after evaluation, this is your work, this is our amount we're going to pay you. You can issue that certificate, that requirement of the certificate to banks. This is our cost. You have to receive back, and you have to issue payment certificate based on this. Which payment certificate would be used for banking purposes, because this work is approved, so they can give you overdraft on that condition. And supervision management makes sure to submit all reports to leaders in its corporate or head office whenever due, so that real achievement and status of contract remains known to them, and information copied to contractor. So this is a routine process that when you are working on site as consultant, or you can say whatever force you have, you can you can go and report, prepare every document, progress document, all other reports, concrete document, and various other important points, whether there's something wrong on site or not wrong, some dispute is there, some dispute is on site guys and otherwise. All those reports you must you must allow, you must do that. And when you have submit all these reports, your organization shall be in touch with you, and you shall be in touch with them. They would know how much, what's the status of job, what's the progress of job, what achievement is there, what time is there, what time you are looking ahead or behind for your lagging event. All that shall be known. The contact status shall be known by that report, and all such significant project status reporting requires to be moved further upwards to honor or to its representatives. Now we'll go to clause 6, that's planning. Clause 6, planning, and it indicates actions to address risks of opportunity. It's around say, less than 7. Actions to address risks and opportunity, management system objectives, and planning to achieve these objectives. And wait a minute, it is yes. Now, what considerable points we have, being risk-based thinking to front, we have to bring that thinking, means you have to consider risks in this, because this is part of planning. Once organization pinpoints risks and opportunities, it has to work out how to addresses, resolve address through planning, because it is actually generally planning. We don't have here right planning for every product, and here Lord is talking of planning, Lord is talking of safety and quality, but we have to talk. You can say here also risk-based thinking has to work. You have to consider risk, because this is planning. If you are planning something, we should know what we are going to consider. All we consider. But if we have all resources, but there are risks, that is a question mark. Despite we have resources, we are having some problem, we cannot move further. So it has to work out how to resolve or address through planning. Then what, who, how, and when these risks be addressed. Because you know risks, you address them. You cannot live, okay, when I am over this, how many months we'll check it. You cannot say that contract time is running. You have to decide. And this approach replaces preventive actions, because once you have to understand risk and you tackle those risks, then what you say previous methods do not work. That approach replaces preventive action, because you have already covered the risk by another method. In that case, it it means this approach replaces preventive action and reduces risks for corrective actions later, because you have already prevented criticality of that risk by at midday changing your computer and on. Then you are here to apply more, and then you can say, now we talk of this in a way. What points can be considered risks in supervising management contracting? It is not easy actually. What points we should consider in supervision, because we are not independently working. We are supervising something which is being controlled by other party. Yet we have to do something. What we have to define. And that site is not clearly located due to coordinates not explicitly defined. That can be one point of consideration. How many minutes I have? Let me see first. Okay, then let me continue this some time left. So says that site is not clearly known, you may say, coordinates are not known, not clearly defined. In that case, you cannot start at wrong coordinates. And site is located, but some issues exist. Site is known, but some issues exist for giving its clearance, so that it may not be handed to contractor successfully, either in part or in full. Then site possession is a problem. The site is running underneath with many live services, maybe which are not known, or which are known we don't consider, or we took just okay, we'll take care of. So there are utility services working beneath certain area on that project, which we did not care. We have to take their care, but at this stage we can't have, we don't have that information. Well, so site is running underneath with many live services which require detailed investigation and later either relocation or diversion way to do. Then information required from client is not available in time, which can continue, which can contribute waste potential of works homes and work hours. No. Then you can say site surveys are not conducted in time due to non-availability of site exploration agency. Means there we did not have details And here, other clause says, we have nothing. Site service are not conducted in time and informations are not available in time. Non-availability of site exploration agency and site soil exploration is not carried out in time per schedule due to non-availability of site exploration agent or vendor, and also architect delays issue of required drawings for construction, or subcontractors proposals are not submitted by contractor in scheduled time. Means when you appoint some subcontractor or you allow, then it's duty of that main contractor to forward site contest documents. It cannot done just by statement. We have to ensure that it is done. So subcontractor proposal must be approved in time because subcontractors cannot work on site without approval of a supervisor and then by government or by who is taking care of that. Uh, then curriculum vitae related to key personnel are not proposed by contractor for approval per requirement. This is same, it's continuation of same proverb. Curriculum vitae of all key personnel must be available. It's a mandate. Then you can say services engineers delay issues related to allied rights. That is very problematic sometimes because HVAC comes later on. The services remain there all time from beginning sometimes until end because conduiting is very important, wiring is very important, first fix items are very important, and that must be done. Services engineers delay issues related to allied drawings. Then work supervising management service. Work supervising management service subcontract payment are not released in scheduled time from client. Means your consultant supervisor, your own payment is being held and material submissions are delayed by contractor, which is very big lapse because material approval must be on top priority as you are going to place orders for its manufacturing process and then transport from that portion. It's very important. It's not done. I can say that. Then, then you can say material is a problem. Shop and working drawings submissions are delayed by contractor. So both are very important submissions. There will be hundreds of shop and working drawing, hundreds if you take into considerations all services disciplines, and there will be more than 20, 30, 40, 40, 50 types of materials you have to submit, and more than that because it's not civil materials alone. It will be electrical material submission, mechanical material submission, all those will be there, but no way out. After that, we say contractor delays on submission of method statements. That's also part of submission. That very deliberate explanatory method statements. These are very important documents, proposed documents, because you are going to work that way as defined or included on those statements. Contractor delays on submission of method statements required to be approved by supervising management team. And site safety operations are not conducting adequately. Safety operations, that also part of the duty because you are a total supervisor there. You have to take that point into consideration because safety is not alone an individual responsibility, it is responsible of all persons on site. All following these explained, which I explained in above lines, these can be checked by intensive engineering coordination from very inception of award of service contract. So it's okay. Then you can say we say that every leader responsible for task should follow progress by all interactive persons, all times and status updated. So this is a simple statement means follow progress, interact with others, and come on, update status. And issues should be raised in internal as well as external meetings with all others involved. Then all minutes of meetings should be recorded and and communicated to involved personnel formally. Minutes of meeting should be circulated, published to every involved person, and it depends upon what sort of company you have, how many people you have, what you are doing on site, or some any contribution or someone else contribution. That is what we have to provide for. We have to think for. Then minute is a record actually. Whatever minutes you record, that you record on site meeting or contact meeting, whatever you are there, other party shall have to give it. After that, minutes of meeting, in what happens, some cases, even this responsibility of minutes of meeting is given to a contractor itself on behalf of it. And that is particularly in this one department, this Qatar Petroleum, for example. They force contractor, you do this and we will just approve that. This happens, or it doesn't make a difference. Ultimately, you are going to record minutes. You cannot wrongly record that. You have to record whatever is what happens, what transpired in meeting, what decision were made, and what accountabilities are fixed, who had to take action or who just keep silent. All that you have to take action with that action. Whoever records meaningful action has to be taken by concerned person. Then this says all minutes of meeting should be recorded and communicated to involved personnel formally, later on giving reminders and further follow-up of related activity update. When we go to in fact, an excellently performing coordinating engineer or manager shall be required to be appointed by both contractors and, and supervising agency so that regular review of contract requirements and follow-up for resolutions may be made whenever be necessary. So this is general statement says that in fact excellently performer must be there. There must be performer means expert coordination engineer or coordination manager would be required to be account by both parties to be appointed by both coordinators must be there for individual coordination because coordinator must understand English, other side must understand English. It's not going to work otherwise. Both must have competent people. This is what I said in class 6 of planning. Then we have class 7, then we have support, and then we have class 8, which is operation. And I'll just stick to this way here. What I said means I will take up there because I think it's a talk of something here. What I explained to you about supervision, which is actually monitoring all activities according to conduct documents and this annex SL clauses just like a scope and you can say narrative references, normative references and terms and definitions and context of organization then we can say quality leadership and planning all that we discuss but we are discussing only practically it's not that easy because you have to go through all documents. Documents are not one or two page in our field. It's not just a petition we filed in court. It's not that. Petition is what? Even a diverse petition, maybe 10 pages. Your claim petition, there someone else, very clear, not descriptive documents, but in our field, it's a lot. If you take, for example, there are so many documents. Already calling only. Sorry. Hello.
हेलो
Yes.
अभी राम राम
राम राम बोलो।
ठीक होगा भाई
भैया मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, बोलो कुछ काम है तो बताओ। मैं तो वीडियो कर रहा हूँ मैं। अच्छा तो वीडियो देख लो मेरा।
ठीक
ओके। ठीक हो गया जी। It's difficult to make friend and then they just wanna this. I want to give facility and they just want to disturb. This is the relation with people don't understand what's value of time. They are not watching video, they are not getting knowledge, they are just calling, "Oh, how are you? How are you? What is it? Mere ghar aao yaar." What is this? Well, I was talking about contract documents for projects. It is contract, it is your specification, all disciplines of drawings and various classes of your specifications, then codes and their internal documents, and then documents you are going to produce, your material, your drawings, your shop working drawings, standard drawings, and which you are proposing. So there is a piling of all these documents. Maybe you are experienced on that, I'm not sure. But if you are going to work professionally on projects, these are all required. Means all those bid documents are converted by consultant to your contract documents. That is a requirement. If you do not do that, every document is sealed, all specifications are sealed, all contract forms are sealed, everything is done there. That must be taken care of because it is you as supervisor and your management that has done that. It must be taken care of. And if you don't take care of, and if you don't take care of that, you cannot work on that. That documentation stage is very important. And contractor has to study that, you have to study that. Because you were not involved at time of bidding. Maybe you did not go through scrutiny of that. You do not have complete knowledge of that. And until you have thorough knowledge. I'm not saying in one day you will have this. You have a mobilization period of 1 month. Then you have work moves on gradually, slowly. So you have to go through all this, maybe 2,000 documents, 3,000, who knows. All drawings are there, you have to coordinate those drawings. You have to coordinate because you have to supervise that. You're going to inspect that. Architectural drawing, structural drawing, plumbing drawings, your HVAC drawings, structural other drawings, and structural deficiencies, and you may say standard details. There may be whatever number of documents. It takes time to study. Context only working, that person is also doing. But that person shall raise question to you because that person is more smart, it's a contractor, he has to do work. That coordinator shall certainly write to you, this is my problem, your this drawing says this and your this drawing says this and specification says this and code requirement is this. Tell me, clarify to me what I have to do, or I am proposing this, approve it. This usually happens. This means that person, because has to do it, he is intensively involved on reviewing those documents while you have to answer. This means you cannot answer if you do not understand that. So this is not that easy because it is technical, professional engineering. You may have to refer to specifications, and for a specification, there may be a question on the specification itself because specification can also be wrong or it may be irrelevant. Then you have to refer to codes or some other bylaws or some other national specifications. For example, we have national code, building code. They may be having some other, for example, there are Qatar civil services, Qatar civil specifications, very long document, very thick document. You will have to refer to design documents, like example, you have to refer to ACI code or some European code to rectify something. All this takes a lot of time. That is what study is all about. So you cannot simply say that I have gone to site, I have inspected. You will inspect only after once it is agreed what you have to do. That is where duty lies, and this is also a part of supervision. This is a part of management, technical management, engineering management, monitoring management, evaluation management. If you cannot tell contractor what you have to do, you cannot move. You have to study all document once superficially, then gradually immersing yourself into them. Only then you can answer technical questions. They may issue you site technical queries. You may have to respond on them. They may issue engineering technical query which only your design engineer would be able to do, respond to them. Maybe it contravenes with scope of work or objective of project, and your design is telling something else, or that design is not even applicable in that area, or there may be some other problem. Or contractors are very smart, they always give some proposals in their own interest which may be not in your interest or in your employer interest. All these points require total analysis, total information input, and to keep in mind that person you are dealing with more smarter. He is smarter than you because he is going to earn money. You are just going to supervise. There's a difference. That person wants to keep every point in mind. Time factor, cost factor, quality factor, and other factors too. All that must be taken care of very intelligently. Otherwise, you may not be considered competent by your management, by employer, and by contractor, because contractor shall just bring that point into your progress meeting, or into your monthly meeting, or weekly, or whatever frequency of meeting you are doing here. That shall all be recorded, that I am not getting this response from you. They would simply say that, and you got no answer. Okay, we are working on it. We will submit this response by this date, 2 days or 3 days. When you ask questions to contractors, they can ask questions to you also, because this is equity-based contract. It's not that the contractor is slave. No, the contractor is more smart. Contractor has a right to raise, so you can also raise questions, technical questions, difficulties on drawings, and you have a duty to ask any question to you are finding any problem on site. Certainly, you have a duty to ask that, despite questions are raised by contractor, and if you do not respond to them in time, you will be liable in that case, because simply they will complain. I wrote this letter to you, we sent this communication to you, this material to you, without with them get that approval or rejection. We submitted this drawing, we didn't receive back, or we received so many comments like that. These comments are not practical, or something else. They shall like to create a ground where extension application works. And if it works, extension criteria comes in on your shoulders, then you shall also be in problem. So don't take that supervision or consultancy is that convenient or easy. It is also very difficult. You must have knowledge of contract, you must have knowledge of specifications, you must have coordinational knowledge of all disciplinary drawings, you must have knowledge of statutory bodies, what they expect of you according to national requirements and specifications. All these come together, and if one falls, all other falls. Your job as consultant, as contractor, are complicated because one tries to kick other. You cannot kick because you are supervisor. At most, you can reject something, you delay something. That's all. But that delay is not also appropriate, because there should be some logic. You cannot simply say your lie, the site is not clear, I'm not fine. You have to write, okay, subject to clearance. You cannot simply reject something. Or you cannot simply say, I came there, it was not ready because some covers were left, I cannot approve. Means everybody has binding because of contract. Here, there's some wrong conception of contractor. Contractor is equal to you and you are equal to contractor because of contract. You are not having contract with contractor. You are having contract with employer. You are like a third party there. Like a third party. I'm not saying third party because you are bound on a contract with employer, and this contract is all bound, also bound with a contract with employer. Both are having that party as first party. You are having employer as first party, and contracting company is also having employer as first party. Contractor second party, and construction contract you are second party, a management contract. But you are independent even after being bound by contract because you are engineer. You are paid by employer, but in many cases, in many valuations, you are considered a third party when there is a dispute. When there is a payment issue, whatever payment you are going to certify, employer cannot object that. Whatever decision you are taking technically, employer cannot object that. Yes, employer can say, okay, I don't want to use this WC, this I don't want to use typhoid, I want to use cola, I want to use something else. Their employer can object. But when technical issues are concerned, employer has no say. Budget, employer can check. Employer does not allow you to extend budget or enlarge that. That is not beyond your that is limited, you can say, until you take permission, because it's a question of finance. Budget is fixed. Disputes, you have to take responsibility because these are site related disputes. If there's a financial dispute, that's something else. If there's a variation, you cannot pass variations also. You can save something, but you cannot add to cost without permission of law. So there are so many activities where you have a say and where you have no say. Both are like that. Contractor can raise issues against you every day. He has a right to complain against your performance every day, and they do it. And if you don't have relations with them in a working way, then it's very difficult. No personality clash, no problem, no personal egos, but these do happen. And don't forget, you are also an employee of management company. You are not owner. That person would not like a supervisor who cannot perform. There are certain constraints, practical constraints we as engineers we must understand, or else we result in failure, and that is very tedious. Of course, you have to work a lot. That's what experience is all about. This you would not get in your university. Contract itself is very complicated. It may be having many pages, and there may be specifications of many types, and there will be designs and drawings and standard drawings and references, all that. And further augmenting all this means every meeting will do something, will raise something, will question something, or will put you in a cage somewhere. Something happened during concrete, something happened during this and that, what you were doing, where were you, what you were not available at night time, this and that, and you have to come there. All these constraints you are bound with. So supervision is also not that easy. You have to be present at test time. You have to present you have to go through codes, or they may give you certain alternative submission other than specified. Then you have they give comparative statement, and you have to compare them all time. So this is complete tedious job, elaborative job, for which you learn from every time at every step, and that is his knowledge, that is his experience. You cannot rely solely on something in isolation. You have to question, they have to question, you have to be ready to answer, they have to be ready to answer. But project should move, that is important. Or your disposable item is over if you cannot move. There are problems, there would be problems, but everyone has to struggle with that. You can claim whatever you, no problem. You can claim your contractual dues. Give me this facility, gap based in contract. Sometimes facilities are given in contracts, which become your right to claim. And you can complain, I'm not getting this, why I'm not getting computer reached in contract, give me computer, give me software, give me mobile, give me this service, that you can claim. Because sometimes contracts are very widely used. So it's not that is some on EPC is more and more different. This I'm talking of construction contract. So supervision and construction contracts are related together. You cannot take them in isolation. The method statement itself, they will give you method statements. You have to go through what they want to do. You have to talk to them at length. You will give it long, very long, and they will try to confuse you for inspections. They will try to avoid inspection. You have to see, is it superfluous stage or it's in no stage, and you raise question like that. Well, that's what we is done. I'm taking leave now. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Bye. It's too long already over. Thank you very much. I close. I'll talk tomorrow later on.